Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Erasmus Expeditions. We are here tonight with a very special game. This is going to be a one-shot set, obviously, in the Ghostbusters universe. This is titled Return of the White City Devil. This is going to be played using a system that I developed based on lasers and feelings. This is called the Expedition Engine. You should be able to find a bunch of different games that are here on the channel that are run with a variety of different versions of this system. There is a Ghostbusters game that ran previously. Oh, Jamie is holding up the one-page rules. It is a single-page RPG. It's very simple. There is like I said, a previous game that was run in Ghostbusters a long time ago. You can find it if you dig hard enough on the channel. But I am very excited for this game. I had this idea a little while back whenever I found out that the new movie was finally going to be releasing this month. I had the good fortune to get to go see that last night. If you haven't seen it, don't worry, there shouldn't be any kind of spoilers or anything like that in this game, but I do highly recommend, if you are a fan of Ghostbusters, which I'm assuming that you are, because, I mean, you're here. But I highly recommend that you go check it out. It's an incredible movie. It's a love letter to the originals, and in the best way possible. It was incredible. So speaking of incredible, I'm going to pass things over to my players here in just a moment so that they can introduce themselves, tell you where you might be able to find them on the internet, plug anything that they would like to plug, and then I think we can get started. But first, before I do that, we are all adults, at least my players are. So there may be adult language and mature subject matter. If that's the kind of thing that bothers you, then this is probably not a good game for you. I know it says Ghostbusters on the tin, but we don't want any parents getting upset. So if your kids aren't old enough to handle that kind of stuff, then amscray. Okay, I think that's just about all the business that I need to cover. Obviously, if we have any kind of questions while we're playing about the system and you don't understand anything, please just don't hesitate to ask. Getting a message about my internet. Hopefully it holds. We are on new internet. It is Wi-Fi. Hopefully it's supposed to be strong enough. The modem's like within reach. I could reach out and slap it for it being stupid. But it sounds like we might be going laggy, so please just bear with me. If it becomes a problem, post something in the chat, and I'll try to fix it as soon as I can. So, yeah, I'm going to pass things over now to my players and let them say hello. So I'm going to start over here on my right with my lovely wife, Jamie.
Forgot I was muted. Yeah, I don't have a channel or anything like that of my own that I can plug, but obviously check out Jeremy's stuff and any of these other fine gents. This is only my third online game. I've played in two others of Jeremy's. It's I do play every week with our home game, but the online stuff's a little new to me. So but it's the two I've played in before have been a lot of fun. And I grew up watching Ghostbusters with my dad kind of as a kid. So it's a series of movies that have always been really fun to watch and that I've enjoyed. So, and the new movie was awesome last night. So that was a lot of fun. So I'm kind of should be a good lead in for this one.
With any luck. No pressure on me. But yeah, I'm very happy to have you back, my love. Every game that I've had you in has always been a lot of fun. It's always good to be able to share my love for RPGs with you. So thanks for asking to be in this. All right. So next up we have Nathan.
What's going on, everybody? It's Nathan. I am a being from Dimension 119, and that's where you can find me. Just pretty much search Dimension 119 on all the social medias, on YouTube, on Twitch, and you can find me there. We do a Wednesday night Curse of Strahd game right now. We aren't doing one this week because of holidays, but that's where you can usually find me on Wednesday nights. I have somehow convinced Jeremy to have me in another game, so I'm super excited. And I'm getting to play with a bunch of new people. So, there's that too. So I am playing Vinny. I will not give you his full name as it is very unfortunate, and it will probably come out in game. Because he does not like to be called by his full name. So we'll see what happens.
If that's the worst that happens to him tonight, then he's probably all right. No, man, I'm glad to have you back, Nathan. Yeah, it's always a joy to interact with you in the various places that I have that opportunity. So I'm happy to have you in another game. So yeah, I'm looking forward to showing you the system and seeing what you think. All right, next up we have my brother from another mother, Chadley.
Hello, Internet. My name is Chad. I play games throughout AbTab, but predominantly you can find me places. Here, CFT RPG, if you want to watch a Strahd campaign, it's there. We also were playing Lord of the Rings for a long time. That has been really fun. I also play over on a Twitch channel called Roll Call RP, where we continue our homebrew campaign over there every other Saturday. And yeah, I am playing Orville Bluth tonight, and I'm very excited, very, very excited to jump in and be a part of this ghostly, ghouly stuff you got going on, Jeremy. Yeah, I can't wait. I'm very excited for this. Ghostbusters has been a part of my life for a very long time. And when you asked me to be a part of this, I couldn't hesitate. I had to jump in. So thanks, buddy.
Of course, man. Absolutely love playing with you, as always. Ghostbusters is one of those kinds of things that's kind of always been around in my life, and I never really would have told myself that I was a huge fan of it, but I found myself way more excited than I thought I would be whenever the new movie was announced. And yeah, I think I am. I think I am a fan. But yeah, it's an awesome franchise, and this should be fun, I hope. All right, speaking of should be fun, next up we have Steve.
Yeah, should be fun, but isn't. Hey everybody, I'm Steve. You can finally you can do that too. Whatever. I'm here on this channel and some other games. It's fun, good times. Like to be here. Looking forward to tonight. And I'll be playing Squig, a 20-something-ish-year-old diesel mechanic turned ghost buster. So yeah, that's all I got.
Excellent. I mean, you're okay. You know. No, I love playing with you, man. Yeah, I get the fortune of having you in one of my monthly games. So, which is Sunday. I guess somebody needs to do some prep work for that. Yeah, so looking forward to that session, but also looking forward to seeing what you do tonight with some bustin' ghosts. Yeah, I think that's all I have to say about that. Last, but certainly not least, we have Paul.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul, also known as the Raven Rolls. You can find me on Twitch if you want. I am playing Edwin Riley, an adrenaline junkie, parkour specialist, and everything dangerous.
Excellent. Always happy to have you back, Paul. I'm super stoked about this game. So, see if there's any other points of business that I need to touch on. I don't think so. There was something else that I wanted to mention, but I don't remember what it was. Getting old sucks. Cool. Oh, that's what it is. Haha. Sometimes being old is fun. You get to surprise yourself with things you forgot. So if anybody mentioned a link, you could find that in the description of the video below. Please do take the time to go check them out. Show some love. Give subscriptions or likes or little heart emojis or whatever it is you do. But yeah, spread the love, spread the good word. Okay, I think we are ready, unless there are any questions that anybody has before we can get started. No? Excellent. Two very bored postal workers scroll on their phones as generic, soulless Christmas music drones on. The door opens, and Postmaster Benjamin Stanley strolls in to begin the graveyard shift. The two workers wish Mr. Stanley a good night and leave. As they walk through the parking lot, one says to the other, "Last month, when he had that heart attack, they say he was dead for 2 minutes and 17 seconds. Getting into her car, the other replies, "Could have fooled me. I've thought he was dead since I started working here." We cut back inside to see sometime later. Ben shuts down the sorting machine as he runs the last of the mail for the night. The moment that the machine stops making noise, we hear a loud, strange knock on the other side of the sorting room. He peers around the machine into the dark void of the room as we see the entire bin's worth of mail rise into the air behind him. Outside the post office, we hear a scream, and the scraping sound of brick rumbles into a roar as an entirely different building emerges from beneath the post office, overtaking the block by force. It is the ominous and eerie visage of the Murder Castle of H.H. Holmes. And when there's something strange in your neighborhood, who do you call? You know it. None other than the Chicago division of the Ghostbusters. Each of you, if you would please go ahead and take a Fong point. We see the strange building, cordoned off now by police barricades to keep back the gathering crowd of onlookers and media crews. A vehicle pulls up with its siren blaring, a familiar symbol of a white ghost trapped behind a red slashed circle painted upon its door. 5 people in coveralls begin to climb out and prepare their gear. Please describe who it is that we see getting ready to enter this terrifying place. This is where you guys talk. Okay.
No. So, I guess getting out of the driver's side, is Squig. He, his overalls are off his shoulders and they're tied about his waist. He's got a flannel on underneath of it. He's got these workers like mechanics gloves that go almost halfway up his arm. And attached to his flannel is this sort of burlap looking hood that goes up over his face. Squig is never without some sort of head or face covering or hands. Even these other members of the Chicago Busters have never seen him without something covering almost all of his skin. Lots of jokes have been made at his expense about being a burn victim or something along those lines. But he's about 5'10", 6 foot with the boots that they wear. And he's very thin. He walks with a slight limp. There's long locks of red hair that sort of fall out from inside of his hood. And with this crooked gait, he walks to the back of the vehicle, opening the doors. And you hear this sliding racket as he grabs racks and starts sliding them out. They extend 2 or 3 feet from the back of the car. On each one of these are the proton packs. Squigs is a little bit different than everybody else's, where everybody else seems to have this more modern tech. Squigs is backwards. It has, diodes. It has, weird pieces. It's almost like a Jacob's ladder that runs out the top of it. You can see the charge as he flicks the switch real quick to make sure that the proton pack is charged. You can see the arc of energy run up it. That familiar hum. He turns it back off and he slides into it before clearing the way out of the back of the vehicle so that the next person can grab their pack.
Edwin gets out. He's in the passenger seat, and he gets out, grabs his proton pack, puts it on, grabs his trap, all his equipment, and he starts heading in without waiting for anyone.
Vinny is sitting in the car as the others get out, and he's got a leather bound journal in his lap, and he's got a pencil, and he's scribbling notes, and he's flipping pages, and he's checking this and that, kind of almost like he's documenting something, but he's also kind of looks as though he's studying like past research that he's done on things that have happened. And as he sees the other two get out, he kind of huffs and slams the notebook shut and starts to step out, kind of trips over the little lip of at the bottom of the car and kind of stumbles a little bit, walks back, grabs his proton pack and straps it on. He's wearing the classic like khaki flight suit. But you notice like the name tag that's stitched on has a piece of tape over it, and on it is written Vinny. And you're not sure if that's because he's covering up his real name or if this is because like this is a hand-me-down suit that's not actually his. He doesn't quite seem comfortable with most of the equipment he's strapping on. And he grabs, after he puts his proton pack on, he reaches back into the car and grabs something that looks kind of like a trap with some maybe tires on it and straps it to the front on his chest.
I think to match everything, I think that you see this long, kind of gangly man, older age than most in the vehicle, spectacles, and he seems to be highly enthused when he sees that this building has just emerged out of nowhere. He begins to kind of make his way toward the back to get his own proton pack. But you see that he is, for being a Ghostbuster, he is fairly dressed to a T with just the most ostentatious shirt and bow tie. And then he puts the proton pack or the jumpsuit over himself. And I think in terms of size, he's probably right around the same size as Squig. They're both generally the same, but he definitely has this look of age, and he's immediately taking notes as soon as he steps out of the car, like looking at it, and he'll grab from inside the car, he'll grab a what looks to be almost like a watch or a wristband, and he'll wrap it around his wrist, and then he'll grab an alternate what looks like a small Pandora's box like item, and he'll strap it to his waist as they get ready to go in, just kind of looking around at the others and making sure that they're okay.
I think that leaves me. Yeah, everybody will kind of hear a little bit of ruckus as you see somebody climbing out of the very back of the vehicle. And out steps Lilith, who's very petite. She's maybe 5'1", and is pretty obviously probably the youngest member of this particular group. And as she climbs out, you can kind of see that her suit, even though they probably found her the smallest suit possible, is very baggy on her, kind of gathers at the wrists and down kind of around her ankles and everything, where it's kind of tucked into the combat boots. And yeah, she kind of hops out and kind of hits the ground and grabs her gear proton pack, which would be massive for her, and then grabs the case to another case that she kind of carries with her as well, and goes right in after Edwin. He's like, let's do this.
As you gear up and begin heading towards the door of this building that is very much out of time and place, it is a strange architectural juxtaposition, with very modern, dingy-looking surrounding buildings, and the building itself has this presence about it. None of you has a single doubt that there is something foul, something supernatural afoot here. As you make your way towards the front of the building, one of the reporters happens to get through the barricade and approaches one of you. I'll take a volunteer. Paul. Okay, Edwin.
Yeah.
Edwin, as you're kind of like starting to mount the steps to the front door, this reporter all of a sudden appears almost out of nowhere, and thrusts a microphone into your face. Excuse me, you're one of the Ghostbusters. What exactly is going on here?
Well, that's what we're here to find out. We're here, and there's nothing to fear now. Got it all taken care of. It's all under control. Don't worry about it.
Is it usual for an entire building to simply appear out of nowhere?
Well, I leave that for the brains to figure out. I'm just going to go in. We'll take care of the situation. Everything will be back to normal. No problem. Don't worry about it.
Will this interrupt postal service?
Not for long. Don't worry. We'll have it done in a short time. We'll just get inside. And we just got here. Give us a moment. We'll take a look at the situation.
That seems like they realize that's about all the information they're going to get, and they turn back, fully facing their camera, and begin to give their spiel. As several police officers rush over to escort them back to the other side of the barricade. You all enter this building, and it is a 3-storied building, dark on the inside, barely illuminated by gas lighting, and the interior of it flickers occasionally with blue ectoplasmic flames, which cause these strange shadows to kind of be flung along the ceilings and the hallways of this place that are lined with this rich, dark wood. With each step that you take, you can hear the floorboards creak and groan. But it's not the only groaning that you hear in this place. Rhythmic thumps and muffled pleas from within the walls bombard your ears. Where are you going now that you're inside? What are you doing?
I think just before Orville enters the threshold, he stops for a moment and he looks to the rest of them. Now, you children. Sorry, I don't mean to make assumptions, but I've been here for a long time, and this is the first time I've experienced an entire building apparating out of nowhere. So this is absolutely fascinating. He's like writing. He's writing like furiously, like see the architecture here. This Jeremy, would I imagine that Orville would be able to tell like time differences between the architecture, right? Because clearly, like,
Yeah, it's definitely not
modern day
it's definitely not
post
modern.
offices.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it's definitely not a post office. That much is very clear.
Right.
And
But
what are
I guess
you?
my
You are
question is now I'm like looking at the
you're a
architecture. Would I be able to tell what age or what
let's
era
get a
it would be?
roll.
Yeah.
I think this would probably be knowledge.
Okay.
And you are a historian, so I would say that you certainly would qualify for your expert die. So that's 2 dice, and you're rolling d8s for this game.
Okay.
And I think this is, I mean, being like a Chicago native, a longtime Chicago native, it sounds like that you would probably qualify for a 3rd die as well for being prepared.
Okay. Sounds good to me. So yeah, he is looking over this, and he's. I need to get. I'm going under, right? Or if I got to either go under or meet.
So for knowledge, you have to exceed your number.
Exceed the number.
So what is your knowledge and instinct score?
So I have a 6 in knowledge. So I needed to exceed it, right?
Okay, so yeah, is your character more knowledgeable or more instinctual?
My character is more knowledgeable than instinctual. So I put
okay. So yeah, you would want
closer to knowledge.
Yeah, so you would want a really low number.
Yeah.
Oh, a low. Okay. See, I didn't think about that.
No,
so you want a low number
worries.
on the knowledge side.
Yeah. So
okay.
Knowledge and instinct are kind of like a slider. Yeah.
Okay.
You want
I flipped these then because I was
Edwin, who's a 7 in knowledge instinct because he's all instinct, and I think Orville would be like I'm guessing a 2 or 3.
Gotcha. Okay. So I just had them flipped then. Yeah. So okay.
Sure. No worries.
Thank you.
So yeah, if you had it put at a 6, which is kind of just 1 less than the most extreme, then maybe a 3 is probably more what you intended. So with the 3 dice that you just rolled, you're looking for anything above a 3.
I got all 3 above 3s.
Okay, excellent. So that's 3 successes, which is exactly, that's like a critical success. In addition, just for future knowledge, if you do roll your number exactly, that qualifies you for another Fong point, Afraid of No Ghost point. And then there's things you can use to cast that in for, including which you need like a handful of to be able to form a second stream, which you might or might not need later on. So just throwing that all out there.
You got it. Okay.
Okay, cool. 3 successes is a critical success, so you get an extra effect of some kind. So yes, you would know that this is like turn of the last century architecture. And this is like the 1880s, 1890s type structure. The design choices, the materials used, some of the styles would very clearly put it in that bracket. Furthermore, the extra information is that you have actually done some research on this particular building, and you recognize it as, in fact, the murder castle that belonged to none other than H.H. Holmes, America's first serial killer, right here in Chicago, Illinois.
Oh, dearie, dear. Oh, no. He kind of like, I can see Edwin like getting ready to run in, and like I think there's this moment where Orville will like put a hand out just before the threshold. Do you don't know what this is, so don't go rushing into things that you're not familiar with. This is the house of H.H. Holmes. He was a renowned. I shouldn't say pronoun because that gives him credence. But he is a prolific serial killer. So if we're gonna enter here, do so do so with caution, young man, because I tell you now, if you don't enter with caution, you're liable to get well, just splattered, I guess. I don't know what better word to say than splattered, I guess, right now.
So I'm assuming the majority of that lecture was towards Edwin, right?
Yes.
We'll be fine. Don't worry, we got this. Let's see, which door should we try first? And I'll pick a door at random.
I think I look over to Squig. All right. I know most of them are new here, but which one do you want to bet is going to die first? Because at this point, we should probably be looking for new recruits.
I think Squig turns his head, and there's that you can just make out his eyes inside the hood, and then without hesitation, he just extends his hand and almost touches the back of Edwin as Edwin's walking away to go in that door, like that finger indicating this one. And he kind of shrugs at you.
How are you doing, by the way, kid?
Like bobs his head and does one of these.
All right. Well, if you need me, I'm right here.
I think he cinches his straps a little bit tighter on his proton pack and flexes his shoulder for a second before turning to watch as Edwin goes off to oblivion.
So are we just gonna rush in? Or are we gonna try to figure out what's going on first?
Maybe a little of both. Lilith kind of slams down the case that she was carrying and kind of flips that open. And inside, everybody, and you guys would have seen her use this before, but it's a kind of a remote control that she pulls out that also has like a little bit of a screen on it. And she says it's kind of time to get some eyes in the sky, and pulls out. When she pulls out the controls, flips things on, and you hear kind of electrical sounds and stuff, and this thing kind of rises up out of the case, and kind of lights pop on it and everything. And she's like, "All right, this will at least give us an idea what we're going up against." And she kind of sends that in a little bit ahead of Edwin, and it's kind of like ecto goggles, except it's a kind of a drone. So it can kind of go in ahead of us a little bit and maybe give us a little bit of an idea, see if there's anything in there. She kind of follows it in as well after Edwin.
Okay.
Right. I got a feeling. I know where the ghost is. I think it's this way.
All right. Edwin moves towards one of the nearest doors and opens into at one time, it was probably a well-appointed room. Now you can see there looks almost to be a fine layer of dust and cobwebs in the corners. You see what look like a few dead plants kind of growing up through the windowsill. And you enter into this, what looks like it was probably a dining room at some point, at least some kind of sitting room where people would gather and discuss. Perhaps some of the people who lived here as tenants during the World's Fair that was held during one of Holmes's most prolific years as a killer. You enter this room and all of you get that familiar sensation, that feeling that you're not exactly alone here. The temperature drops, and you can begin to see your breath as you exhale. Lilith, with your ecto drone, as it flies into the room, let's get a roll from you. Let's see here. Maybe flair, perhaps. Control, I could also see a possible argument for. Either of those tickle your fancy?
Okay. Flair would be a little better for her.
Okay. So let's go with flair. So let's see, a single die. This is your particular piece of gear that you chose, so we'll say that you are indeed prepared. So that qualifies for a second die. Let's see, what are you? A reckless occultist. I don't know that that necessarily would grant you the expert die in this particular situation. So let's just go with 2 dice.
Which dice? The D8?
2 D8s. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And what do you have in subtlety versus flair? What is your number?
It's a 6.
6, okay. So you're
And I
looking
just
for
rolled-
below a 6.
I just rolled 2 4s.
Excellent. Okay, so that's 2 successes, which means you do it well. Okay, so you enter your drone into this room, kind of just behind and above Edwin. As Edwin, you kind of, enter the room and do a real quick scan with your eyes. You don't see anything. But Lilith, as you enter with your drone, you see that telltale glow of a specter that appears hovering in the room, wearing what looks to be the clothing of some kind of chambermaid or a servant of some kind of cleaning occupation. Just kind of hovering there, watching all of you enter through kind of a downward turned face. Her hair and dress are kind of floating as if almost underwater. And you don't get a good look of her face. But it's very clear that she's noticing all of you slowly enter the room.
This doesn't necessarily startle Lilith. It's not the first time she's had this happen to her. But she'll kind of put her hands up kind of behind her, like signaling everybody kind of stop. She'll say, "Miss, you don't belong here. It's time for you to go. You need to go to the light. You need to go on from here."
The figure, not moving, still hovering above the floor, turns its waving hair kind of in your direction, the direction of the open door, Lilith. And you hear her call. I was killed by him. I cannot rest. You will die here.
I've already died once, lady. I don't plan on doing it again.
She then begins to descend towards Edwin rapidly. Edwin, all of a sudden, you see a flash of blue, and as you turn, you see this apparition descending upon you. As it reaches out to grab a hold of you, you know that it's not going to be able to make physical contact. However, sometimes contact with a ghost doesn't have to be physical in order to be damaging.
Yeah,
I need you to roll against her reaching out to grab a hold of you. How are you gonna avoid this?
Instinctively, as soon as she started moving, he was already trying to circle around, so he's just going to keep moving out of the way to keep her at a distance.
Okay. So that sounds like control, maybe? Possibly. Let's see. Possibly instinct.
For instinct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that'll be one die, and then you are athletic. I definitely think that would give you an expert die in this situation. But I don't think you were prepared because you didn't see her when you entered. So this will be 2 dice. And you said you have a 7 instinct?
So I have to roll low.
Yeah, so you want underneath 7.
A 2 and a 3.
Excellent. Okay, that's 2 successes. So yeah, you managed to avoid both of, because she has a threat of 2. So you managed to narrowly escape as she kind of swoops downwards, kind of making this wailing.
Sorry, not on the first date.
She passes through the empty space where you occupied just a moment before. Her feet kind of dipping down below the floorboards themselves before she kind of comes around to the right and levitates closer up near the wall. Now that she's kind of spun about quickly, her hair has kind of drifted apart back behind her, and you can see that where her face would have been is nothing more than a skull. As the gleaming teeth glare down at you and the dark, empty eye sockets stare down. All right, let's roll initiative. So for initiative, everybody is going to roll a singular D8. If you get underneath my roll, then you get to go before the enemy. If you roll the same as me or above, the same as me or below, you go before. If you roll above, then you go after. Okay, so we're seeing some afters. Yep, okay. So, Lilith, you get to act before the ghost gets to go again, and then everyone else will be able to follow in whatever order they wish.
I tried to tell you you needed to move on, but if you're not going to go willingly, then going to go the hard way. She kind of reaches back behind her and goes ahead and grabs the particle thrower, the wand to the proton pack, and kind of activates it.
Excellent.
And kind of gets that stance, widens her stance and everything, and kind of gets ready for it.
Absolutely, yeah. Having done this before, there's quite a bit of a recoil, if you will, from throwing a particle beam across the room, and you kind of flip the switch, and we hear that kind of telltale like, as it like powers up, and you.
In fact, she's actually probably going to back herself up against the door frame because she's very petite and she knows it's going to knock her on her ass if she doesn't.
Okay, fair. All right, and then you throw this particle beam at this ghost. So let's see here. You're the first up. I definitely think that could certainly fall under the purview of someone who is reckless. So I think that'll qualify for a second die. And you're a Ghostbuster. You're using a proton pack. This is what you do. So I think 3 dice. Let's roll. I don't know. Flare, maybe? Grace, perhaps? Because it's aiming something? What do you think?
Grace would be better for her.
Then Grace is what we can roll. So you're going to roll 2 dice and try to get over your Grace Force skull. Grace Force? That sounds like a He-Man word. Grace Force skull.
All right. So my gray score is a 3. I rolled a 3 and a 6.
Okay, so you get 1 success, and you also score a Fong point. Afraid of no ghost. So go ahead and mark that somewhere. That should be your second one, since I gave all of you one at the beginning. Yeah. Grace, 4 skull. Yep, He-Man character. I like it. Real big, thick brow. Okay, so 1 success. That means you barely manage it. There's going to be a complication, a harm, or a cost. Let's see. Okay, so you throw your particle beam across the room, and it makes that kind of noise as the kind of orangish beam with the blue swirling electricity kind of flicks out across the room and grabs a hold of this specter, kind of winds around her blue form, almost like a octopus's tendril, and is kind of holding on to her, and she's just like flying all over the room above all of your heads, slamming into the chandelier and causing it to kind of swing in a delay. So like she passes through it, and then like a second and a half later, the whole thing like starts to swing violently around on its rusted chains. There's dust and things flitting all over the room around her as she thrashes around violently. And as she's doing so, that chandelier breaks on its chain and comes crashing down onto the table in the middle of the room, and is going to send pieces of this table kind of flying everywhere. Let's see. We know Edwin's in the room. We know Lilith is in the room. I don't think the other 3 of you have made it into the room yet, or have you?
So Lilith had stopped us, like behind her when this whole thing went on. So
okay,
I know Squig is still standing out in the hallway or in the foyer to go in here.
Yeah, we're probably standing in the foyer waiting because
just behind Lilith.
Just behind Lilith, yeah.
Okay, so that. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
If Vinny could have gotten past Lilith when all this started happening, he would have went in the room and been looking for, like, seeing the ghosts and seeing all this stuff happen, been looking for, like, did you say this was like a dining area or just a sitting room?
It definitely looks like it was some kind of dining area.
He would have been looking for, seeing the particle thrower pull and all that. His first instinct, as weird as it sounds, is not to go for that. He is looking for like salt shakers. He's looking for like a fireplace.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there's definitely a fireplace in here. It's kind of got soot kind of run up the front of it, and it dominates one of the walls to the side. And so all the 3 of you that are in the room, whenever this chandelier falls and splinters this table looks like it's definitely been sitting here for a while, may have even been partially burnt itself at some point. This throws pieces of that wood and the pieces of the chandelier just everywhere. So the 3 of you, if you would please, roll your health die twice. So you'll start with a D10. If you roll a 1 or a 2, then your second roll will be a D8 instead of a D10. Six. Okay. You'll need 2 rolls, Jamie. 8 and a 1. Oh, okay. All right, so Edwin's going to catch a piece of this. 4 and 3. Okay, so Vinny's good. Narrow, but Lilith is perfectly fine. None of the pieces apparently make it as far as the door frame. However, Vinny, you narrowly dodge a table leg as it kind of flies across the room and slams into the wall, kind of knocking some of the dusty like paper and I don't know if they would have had plaster walls or not then, but some of that kind of like cake comes off of the walls and like kind of peppers you on the top of your head. However, Edwin, one of the planks from the side of this table just completely comes in a horizontal spin across this room and just slams you right in the back of your ribs. So So your health die is currently a D8 going forward until that gets taken care of. Okay. So that was Lilith's turn. The Spectre is now going to attempt to swoop down at Vinny to try to grab a hold of him almost as an anchor to try to keep her from being pulled around by this proton beam. Vinny, how are you going to try to avoid this ghost?
Kind of going to. I'm kind of clumsy, so as this piece of table leg comes flying and hits the wall and splatters plaster, as you know, I'm trying to find like an iron poker from this fireplace. I almost imagine he like kind of hears it coming and just kind of tries to go over, one side, but just ends up kind of stumbling off to the side. And if he gets out of the way, it's because he kind of stumbled out of the way, kind of thing.
Okay, excellent. So that sounds like maybe speed.
Can do that, maybe.
Okay. Let's see. And you are a wily occultist. Okay, so I definitely think that qualifies for a second die, being wily. But not prepared, I don't think, in this situation. So 2 dice, if you would, please. And you are, if you're rolling for speed, you want over your number.
It's going to be 2 failures.
Ooh, okay. So you just kind of finished dodging this table leg. And just as you're kind of starting to recover from where this table leg hit the wall right next to you, right above you, you haven't even fully caught your footing yet, and you look up and see this ghost with this skeletal face coming down at you very quickly with this kind of, look as she extends her hands out towards you, and you just don't have enough time to even pivot on, your footing as she just slams hardcore into you and is going to pass through you. I need you to roll your damage or your health die twice more, please.
It's a 5 and a 4.
Okay, so though she passes through you, leaving this kind of ectoplasmic slime all over the front of your chest and abdomen, you manage to ward off the worst of the mental trauma that can sometimes come from a ghost making this kind of contact with you.
This is why I don't ever bring my own jumpsuit. And he just kind of tries to wipe some of that slime off.
Yeah, it's basically like trying to wipe snot off of you with your bare hands. It's definitely like gross and thick and sticky.
I hate my hands being sticky.
Okay. She passes through Vinny, and then kind of comes back through the wall behind him, but up near the ceiling once again. Lilith's proton beam still holding on to her, in kind of causing this dark, burnt kind of path scored up the wall, basically from where Vinny is all the way up to where she's just now re-entered the room near the ceiling. Okay, the other 4 of you can now act in whichever order you wish.
But imagine Edwin probably reacts like before us in the hallway.
Sure. Edwin will, just as he's reeling a bit after getting hit with some of the splinters, but he tries to shake it off, and while he's shaking it off, he's pulling off his proton wand, which is a little more in the shape of a gun. He prefers, the side trigger sort of thing, and he pulls it up and he starts shooting.
Excellent. Okay. So, once again, I think Grace or Flair, perhaps even Speed, could work. You are an athletic daredevil. Go ahead.
You said possibly flare.
Yeah, I would think so. Does that work for you?
That works.
Okay, cool. So we'll stick with flair for this one. And again, I think you're a Ghostbuster. You are certainly an expert at handling this equipment. And this is kind of daredevil-y. You're kind of dodging pieces of table and trying to nail this moving target. So, okay, yeah, I think 3 dice.
All right, so I'm supposed to get under a 7. 7,
Yeah.
2, and 8.
Ooh, okay.
So one was exact, and one
Yep.
was under, one was over.
Yep. So you'll score 1 Fong point, and then you get 1 success, which means that you'll barely manage it, but there will be a complication, harm, or cost. Okay. So you managed to throw your proton beam and also ensnare this ghost. Now there are 2 of them that are wrapping around like either one of her legs and a little bit up onto her arms, almost kind of keeping them pinned down by her sides. But as you do so, your stream gets very close to Lilith, and you see them start to kind of do that dangerous thing where they touch and kind of become one for a moment and start to kind of try to wrap around one another. Both of you roll a single die with force, if you will, please. You're looking below your Grace Force skull. Grace Force skull? Skill.
Oh, that's not good. 3, so I failed. I'm not very forceful.
All right. Lilith. Got a 5, and your score is a 3. Okay, so that's 2 fails. All right, so your beams kind of get close to one another, and they do intertwine and twist around one another. And as they do so, both of you are basically forced to power off your I just lost the word for it. The particle thrower, or else you know that it would be like a cataclysmic, don't cross the streams kind of situation. So both of you you're kind of like trying to pull them apart with just sheer power, and you realize that that's not working, and you're just about to cause like a massive explosion. And both of you kind of like power down and have to jump apart from one another, kind of slamming sideways onto the floor. Both of you, if you would please roll your health die once apiece.
You said 1 or 2 is bad, right?
Correct.
2.
Ooh. Edwin. Okay. What did you say, Jamie? You got a 3? Okay. So Lilith, you kind of have the wind knocked out of you just for a moment. It's nothing more serious than that. Maybe a bruised shoulder tomorrow. Edwin, you jump sideways, and when you do so, you land on a piece of this broken table, and a splinter, probably about the size of your finger, kind of goes through the side of your calf and snaps off inside your leg. Okay, so I think that brings Edwin, you're to a D6, is that right? Because it was on your second roll? Yeah? Okay.
Yeah, I'm down to a D6.
Okay. So Edwin's been battered around a bit. This apparition seems to be fighting hard, and now she is free currently. There are no proton beams that are currently latched onto her. And you know that in order to trap her, you have to have at least one. You think that she might be simply a class 1 ghost, which would only take one beam if you can latch it onto her and get a trap under her. Okay, so that was Edwin. So either Vinny, Orville, or Squig.
Can I see how badly Edwin's getting beaten up right now?
Yeah, I would say so. The room that you guys are in is not massive, so none of you are very far from one another.
So I, as a player, have no idea if this will work. I feel like Vinny might know as a character and may even still try it even if he doesn't know. But I'm hopefully found a poker at this fireplace, and I'm just gonna try to get us some more time and just like launch it up at this ghost, hoping that the book he read about iron dispatching ghosts for a short period of time works.
Okay, absolutely. That definitely sounds like being in the wheelhouse of an occultist. So let's see. So I would say control, perhaps. Kind of taking your time to aim, or perhaps force for the sheer muscle power to throw it up there. Maybe even knowledge, calling upon like you said, something that you may have read.
I think I'll go with knowledge. I think I have a better chance of that.
Okay, excellent. So like I said, definitely sounds like it's in the purview of an occultist, so I think that's at least 2 dice. Prepared. You specifically went to a fireplace seeking out an iron implement to do this with, so I would say that this qualifies for a 3rd die as well.
All right.
So let's see, you're rolling knowledge, so you want above your number.
Well, apparently I can't do that either. That's 3 failures.
Oh no. Okay. So you fling this this poker kind of up in the air, and it passes straight through her, and sticks point first into the ceiling, and you watch it kind of like, and you just see it slips out and falls downward. It's going to no, I think you're probably hurt already bad enough, Edwin. We're gonna have this, unfortunately, I don't want to sleep on the couch. This falls towards Lilith. So Lilith, if you would please roll your health die twice.
All right, that's a 2.
Ooh, okay, wait. So if you got a 2, your second roll will have to be with a D8 instead of a D10.
Okay. Another 2.
Ooh, okay. Lilith, your health die is also now a D6.
Can I use
this thing...
Well, never mind.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to try to use a Fong point to do a reroll on that last one, but...
Okay, you certainly can.
It's still a D8 though, right? Oh
no, the curse remains.
Yep, it's a 1.
Okay.
So still a D6.
Yep. All right, so this iron poker kind of like kind of falls out of the ceiling just moments after having stuck there. And Lilith, the wind being knocked out of you is enough to kind of disorient you for just a moment as you roll over and see this thing fall, luckily not point first, but pommel, I guess is what you'd call the back of a poker. Pommel first, straight into your forehead. And you see white for a second, as your bell has clearly been rung. Yeah, this is a one scene shot. No. I think you got this. I have faith in you.
So,
All right.
all of this destruction going on in the room, and like our team is just, getting slammed around. You said this is a very dusty.
Yeah.
So in the dust, like I imagine there's like this picture that sits outside the doorway into, I guess, a portrait perhaps. And on that glass, Squig uses his glove and he just writes the word "ready?" ? In the dust, and then looks to Orville. And Squig is going to run into the room towards Edwin. And as he does, he's going to quickly whip out the wand and attempt to at least get one beam on this thing and yank the ghost hard towards the ground.
Okay. So we're starting with at least 2 dice. This sounds like you're being forceful.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Okay. So a force roll, starting with 2 dice. Let's see, enthusiastic. I mean, this sounds fairly enthusiastic to me. So,
All right.
So I think 3 dice.
All right. So I rolled a 5-4-4. So that would be 2 successes and then 1 dead on.
Okay. So yeah, you get the 1 point, and then 2 successes means that you succeed. You do it well. So your proton beam lashes out, wraps around kind of her midsection, and pulls her down closer to the floor. She once again kind of turns her skeletal face kind of towards the ceiling and so you currently have 1 beam that is latched onto her. She is resisting, but as of right now, she is not able to leave. I think that just leaves Orville.
Orville, buddy. Yep. So I think this is where Squig kind of, gave that acknowledgement, and Orville was ready for it. So he has that trap along his side, and as soon as the particle beam hits this ghost, he's going to immediately look at Squig, make sure he's holding on to the particle beam, and then I'm going to attempt to slide the box forward across the floor and right underneath it, and then the watch band that I have for the remote the remote trigger, I'll fire that once it's right underneath her.
Excellent. Okay. So let's see.
I could roll.
I could
Grace.
see.
I could do.
I could see. Yeah, Grace or Control. Either
Okay.
one sounds pretty on point.
Okay.
Do you have a preference?
I can roll Grace. That'd
Okay.
be preferable.
Sure.
And
This is your specific team gear. This is what you brought, right?
yes, this is my PKE. Yep, that's my specific team gear. It's
This
a
is your
remote
trap?
trap. Yep.
Okay. So that definitely would, I think, cause for a prepared die. So that's 2 dice. Let's see. Brainy Historian. So I think this might just be a 2 dice situation.
That's perfectly fine. What
You said you're going for Grace?
Yeah. What I think he'll do too, though, is try to try to get her attention. So while he's throwing this box, right, he's going to try to talk to her and be like, now, we came as visitors, and you're just being a very, very bad host now. I think it's time for you to take a time out. Yeah, I think it's time for that. So he'll roll, and Okay, what do I need? What do I need? I need under my grace or over my grace, right?
Over your grace, yes.
I got 2 6s.
Okay, and your grace is
2 6s over 3.
Over 3. Perfect. So that's 2 successes. Excellent. So Orville, you throw this trap out, and it kind of hits on this ground, these floorboards, and as buckled and uneven as they are, you manage to take that into account with your braininess, and choose the right path to make this kind of roll out over these warped floorboards and this dusty carpet till it kind of comes to a slow stop with the perfect amount of momentum parked underneath this ghost, right where that broken table once stood in the middle of the room.
Yeah, so as soon as it gets right there, I hit the button and then open the trap up.
Absolutely. And that brilliant light comes flooding out of this box in the middle of the room. And Squig, where you have this ghost tethered on the end of your proton beam, you manage to kind of maneuver her sideways in order to get her into the cone that's kind of extending upwards from this trap. And after just a little bit of wrestling, almost like fishing, you manage to kind of pull her downwards, and she begins to kind of spaghettify and stretch downwards into the box as she once again howls, "No!" And with that, the trap doors close, and you see that kind of electricity dancing across the outside of the box as the little red light on the side of it begins to flash, indicating that it's a successful trap.
Squeak walks. Go ahead.
If it wasn't for that equipment malfunction, we would have had her.
Equipment malfunction. Is that what you call it over there? Is that what's happening?
What else could it be? And Edwin's just pulling some splinters out of his arm right now.
I think Squig walks over. He picks up the trap, kind of holding it at a arm's length away from himself.
Is that sizzling noise that kind of
and looks to Edwin and points at like his arm and his leg and thumbs over his shoulder. And Edwin's going to turn and walk back out to the vehicle, and deposit this trap, as well as open up the. This is Edwin's like baby car, so I imagine he's got like a little like tiny infirmary in the back of it, and so like he pops. Go ahead.
So it's actually a strange thing when you open the door to walk back outside. Yeah, the streets are cobbled, and there's gas lanterns that kind of line the sidewalk on either side of the street, and your car is, well, no, it's not your car. It's a horse-drawn carriage.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Went from 300 horsepower to 2.
Yes. So he turns on, what do you call it? It looks like the old miner flashlights, where they have the giant battery underneath of them. He flicks that on and turns around into the building and flashes it a few times to get people's attention. Yeah, I think Orville at the very least is still out in the hallway, just outside of the room.
I think Orville would look and
I push open the door, and as the door's like, "Arr." I think like when the stops, you hear like a, and he just like,
oh no, oh dear. When I said this was a historical building, I didn't realize we were going to be going back to that history when we walk through the threshold. So my apologies, everyone. My apologies. Now we need to be more on guard than ever. Because goodness gracious, he kind of looks to Lilith and to Edwin. Look, I've been doing this a long time, really have. And I understand your need and want to prove yourselves, be someone, stronger than you are, but don't get yourself killed over people who are already killed. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like that's something you need to prioritize you, and then we can figure out how to fix the rest later.
Just tell me you brought a first aid kit.
So Squiggler shines a flashlight into Edwin's face and then into the horse's face and then into Edwin's face. But I am going to walk out and open the back of it, and so when I open it, I imagine like there's we have very modern rain slickers we carry with us for when we have to go into buildings with fire suppression systems on and stuff, and we don't see those. We see those old timey wooden woolen pea coats hung on hooks on the side, and where there would be the laptop, there's just a pad and a charcoal pencil. And so he opens up the side. It's like a bench where you would ride in the back of this. He opens up the side of it, and he pulls out this leather satchel that's been strapped twice. And he opens it, and there's this clink, 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 clink. And there's a whole bunch of little glass vials in it. And he kind of shrugs and pulls out this giant ass hypodermic needle and these glass vials and some woolen bandages, and walks back in with the things. And yeah, he walks over, and you hear the tink, tink, tink as he. And before you can say anything, Edwin, he's going to grab your arm. He's going to jab you with this needle and slowly pump in this liquid, and then drop that vial. It shatters, and he pulls the splinter out sort of simultaneously, and then starts quietly wrapping your thigh. I suppose is where you get the big splinters. That's where he's starts wrapping that thigh.
Okay, so let's see. This is going to be a D8. I would say it sounds almost more like instinct, or maybe I could see maybe an argument for knowledge instead. What you thinking?
I'm yawning. Oh, okay. So I was thinking knowledge, but I can go instinct. It really does not matter to me. Whichever way you think would be more appropriate.
Yeah, I think. Well, I was going with the fact that you're just kind of falling back on basic first aid knowledge, hoping that you know what you're doing.
Right,
but it could arguably be that maybe your character knows something about this form of medicine.
I think it's one of those things that he's probably read in one of Orville's books laying around. Perfect. But it's just that sort of textbook so
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we can go with knowledge. So
probably just one die.
I think so. Yeah, because definitely not prepared and definitely not an expert.
All right, so I rolled an 8, and my knowledge is a 4, so we're good there. Good.
All right, so that's one success, which means that Edwin, you can roll your current health die, and if you get what you're rolling D6 currently, so if you get a 5 or a 6, then it will roll back up to a D8.
You said 5 or 6?
5 or 6.
Thank you, Squig. That I feel a lot better now. Got a 5.
In the healing
Oh,
rolls,
perfect.
if you only get 1 success, is there still a consequence like with normal rolls?
I mean, not really. It might be
Okay.
just that you ran out of first aid materials or something
Well,
like that.
Welcome to morphine land.
In this case, maybe, yeah. You're going to be tripping balls for the next 3 hours. I have no idea. I've never taken morphine, but
It gives you a really bad headache.
I've been around people who have been on it. But no thanks.
So Squig's intention was to return with a new trap, but I think he reaches into his pocket and he pulls out just a very large size rat trap and like kind of hands it to Orville.
Oh, Squig, where did all the traps go? Are you telling me that this is that's it? Oh dear. Oh goodness. Okay. Well, new plan. We work. No. We're not leaving. We're not. We are Ghostbusters, sir. We are not leaving. I see that look in your eye. Look, we can still do this, but we have to be much more careful. Yeah, much more careful going forward. So, how many rooms are here? 1, 2, or like he's counting like the floors really. When I was outside, I saw 3 floors, 3 flights. How many rooms per? And he's just like going through the math and trying to do that. Would I be able to kind of deduce?
So yes, with what you rolled
something?
earlier about like your knowledge of this specific building, we kind of already
Okay.
established that you know that this is the Murder Castle, and you kind of have done a little bit of research. You would know that there are nearly 100 rooms in this building.
Oh,
That
dear.
there are 3 floors and a basement, and that almost 40 of those rooms were used in some way to carry out his murders.
Oh,
So the first
dear,
floor
dear.
is almost all storefronts. The second floor were his apartments and a lot of these rooms, these specialized murder rooms. The third floor was mostly rooms that he lent out to people as apartments. And the basement? The basements where all of the extreme stuff happened.
Okay. So, take stock where we're at. Basement, bad mojo Jojo. We don't go down there. Predominantly because horrible things happen there. 2, these are all going to be stores down here, and then upstairs. Well, he kind of goes through all the what you've already said. Okay, we need to stick together and be prepared for whatever comes our way. That was just one of many possibilities. God knows what else is going to be here. And he'll begin to like pull out his proton wand like apprehensively and just like begin to walk down the hallway. But he's going to be taking stock of any little details that he can pull from the walls, from pictures on the wall, whatever. Like as he's going through these rooms, room to room, he's going to like take any information he can to piece together how to fix this.
Excellent. So, as you all begin to press deeper into this building, with Orville's warning of sticking together, in true Ghostbusters cinema ironic fashion, what I would like next is for each of you to please describe to me the point that you separated from the group.
before Orville even finishes his speech, Edwin's already gone. Then
Edwin, we just bandaged him up. Where did he run off to? Gosh darn it.
Vinny's kind of talking to Lilith, and Squig's methods have always been a little weird, don't you think? But a rat trap and that big glass vial of morphine, that's new. And he's pulls out his journal as well, and he's kind of flipping through it as he's talking and making a couple notes. And he gets to the page with the whole iron dispatches ghost thing and just marks a big line through it. And when he looks back up, he realizes he's stopped and there's no one else is around.
Yeah, and Lilith is kind of following. She's got the ecto drone kind of going ahead as well as we're walking together and looking down at that screen, and then and also kind of nursing a headache from where the poker fell and hit her on the head, and kind of looks up and then realizes that she's Vinny's no longer with her and she's on her own. And kind of looks around and then goes back to looking at the screen and trying to see if there's anything up ahead of her.
I think maybe, if you're cool with the chat, I think Orville and Squig actually managed to stick together until we realized that the others aren't there.
Yeah, like a Scooby and Shaggy sort of situation where we're like,
Yeah,
we're together and everybody else splits off.
And then I look at you and like I point at like a set of stairs and like
all right. We do have to cover this house with more ground. So yeah, let's go up there and hopefully the others will reconvene later. Maybe we can find some stuff in the rooms.
And I think that's where we split, because Squig's intention was that Orville goes up and Squig keeps exploring this floor.
Yeah. I don't think he understood that, right?
Right.
He's always like
100%.
Cool, we're gonna go. So he starts going upward thinking you're following and you don't follow, but he like hears two sets of footsteps. He's like, okay, cool, we're good. And then at some point up on the second floor, he's walking and he starts saying, Solomon, Squig, where are you, buddy? I don't know where you are. Where'd you go? No. Yeah, he just like goes into like this absolute diatribe of like telling you everything about, like, I won't do it, but he's going into like this full-on historical diatribe of H.H. Holmes and what he knows about him. And then like maybe 5 to 10 minutes go by and then he realizes he's talking to himself.
100%. All right. I think with the 5 Ghostbusters from Chicago chapter being spread throughout this haunted mansion, Murder Castle, I think this is where we're going to take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break. Go to the bathroom, refill your drinks, smoke them if you got them, kiss your spouse. I know I'm going to. We will be right back with the second half of tonight's game, the Ghostbusters Return of the White City Devil. Stick around, we will be right back. You didn't see me open my camera. Because it happened during the fade in. I'm going to pretend like that's the case. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the second half of this Ghostbusters game this evening, brought to you by the Erasmus Expeditions. This is the Return of the White City Devil. Once again, this is using a system that I designed based off of a system called Lasers and Feelings. This system is called the Expedition Engine. If you like what you see, hit me up. I'll try to get a way to put it in your hands. It's a one-page rule system. It's very simple, and it's great for running these kinds of little compartmentalized little one-shots. Yeah, my wife is showing the rules are there. Yeah, hopefully everybody's having as much fun as I am. I think it's going to be getting a lot more interesting. I hope. Yeah, I don't have anything else. Does anybody else have anything before we roll back into some ghost busting? Or Ghostbuster busting, as the case may be. All right. So we find ourselves in the well-appointed but somewhat deteriorated looking Murder Castle. The building where H.H. Holmes committed not all of, but many of his atrocities. The Ghostbusters have already encountered one specter, purportedly one of H.H. Holmes's victims. She put up quite a fight, damaging directly or indirectly both Lilith and Edwin. Edwin has been healed a little. Lilith's headache seems to be persisting. The group has pushed further into this structure, this massive building that dominates this part of Englewood. And through its halls of darkened, beautifully carved wood, its creaking floorboards and its dusty moats kind of dancing everywhere through the gaslight that seems to run through the walls here, that occasionally flickers to blue. We realize that the five Ghostbusters have separated from one another. Now each of them finding themselves through one situation or another on their own. Whichever order that you wish, whoever wants to go first, I need a roll of a d10, please. Just whoever gets it to me first. Anybody.
8.
But somebody's going to have to roll. What'd you say?
8.
All right, Chad, an 8. Orville, who continued up a staircase, monologuing for a little while in true Orville fashion, before realizing that you are completely alone. And turning, you see a really strange light coming from underneath the doorway to your right. This kind of bright purple energy, like glow. It's so bright, it's basically white, and just the edges of it kind of glisten with this pulsing purple kind of aura.
So I've realized that I'm alone. And I see this. There are moments and times for valor, and there are times for cowardice, and this is one of those moments where it is time for valor. Orville, you can do this, buddy. You can do this. You've done this plenty of times. Just open the door, find out what it is. And in true RPG fashion, I will not kick down the door, but like essentially open the door and find out what my fate is on the other end, I guess.
You open the door into what looks like it was probably an apartment room at some point. This was lent out to someone. There's, a very simple rudimentary furniture in here, a bed in one corner. The mattress and sheets are fairly tattered and worn at this point. There's a small dresser, like kind of set on the corner. Its drawers have, gone askew from rot in time. And in the middle of the room, not glowing nearly bright enough for having shone underneath the door with it closed, is a small, I just lost the name for it, the brooches that women wore in Victorian,
Cameos?
Cameo, thank you, that's it. Is a cameo that is sitting in the middle of the floor with this whitish purple glow to it. And you can hear this faint whoa, 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 whoa.
Hello. Hello. There's a presence here. I can feel it. There's an energy here. Whoever you are, understand this. I come prepared. He kind of like shakily holds the proton wand, and he will start walking over to the cameo. And now, what are you? And where did you come from? And then what would I need to do to I would like to ascertain what's the history of this room, because clearly there is some significance. So he's taking into account this pendant that he sees in the room, and then everything else around that. I'm wanting to find out as much significance as I can before I make an assumption and make a jump to do something else.
Okay. So I definitely think historian, is going to factor into this. So I think that's certainly 2 dice. And we established earlier with your role that you have studied H.H. Holmes. You have studied this scenario and this historical event. So I think it qualifies for a 3rd die as well.
Okay, so I'm assuming what I'm going to do is probably roll for knowledge then, or
I think so. Yeah,
knowledge is probably the best.
If that works for you.
Yeah, that works for me. I just didn't know what you were wanting me to roll for.
Yeah, again, we established your history with this place, your knowledge.
So I have
think that's
one that is right on the money.
Okay.
With my knowledge roll, and then I have 2. So let me see.
2 successes.
I have 1 that is right on the dot, and then 2 that are failures, or because it's a 6, because it's a so remind me. It's
so you're rolling for knowledge,
right? Knowledge and instinct. Yep. If it goes to my instinct and I get 2 6s instead, that's failures, correct?
So you're rolling against your knowledge. What do you have if you're knowledgeable? Is it a 2 or a 3?
Oh, I have a 3. So if it's above my knowledge, then it
you're
is
good.
A success. Okay.
Yep.
So I got 2 6s and then an exact 3.
Okay, perfect. So then you record the 1 Fong point, and then you got 2 successes, which means that you do it and you do it well. So you bend down and you pick up this cameo, and it kind of feels cold in your hands, almost like grabbing like ice. And you hold it up to your face and kind of tilt it back and forth, and you can see the likeness that has been carved onto this. And it reminds you of one of the pictures, one of the photos of the victims of H.H. Holmes. And you realize, I feel terrible, I didn't write down any of their names. You recall this woman's name, and that she had entered Holmes's employ at one point as a stenographer, as a typist and a note taker, and her husband ended up leaving her over this, because they began a romantic relationship with one another, and within several months she just simply disappeared, and nobody even bothered to look for her until years afterwards. You realize that. And in that moment, you hear that kind of noise that brick makes whenever it's hitting against another brick. That kind of hollow, dried, kilned clay sound. And spinning around, you see that the doorway and the wall around it has been bricked over. And the brick is completely and totally covered with dust, as if it's been there for decades.
So the door I just came through is now covered by a brick wall that is now.
Yes. Yep.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. Hello. And recognizing what I know, I'm gonna give this character a name. Would Miss Evelyn Bryn be present in the room with me right now? If so, I want you to know I understand what Holmes did to you, what kind of horrible, vermicious canid that man was. He is a horrible human and should not be allowed to live. And truth be told, he's now dead. But the point being, and like he just goes on, I'm not your enemy here. I'm trying to help you. So if you would allow me to do so, I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
You speak this, you voice this power out into the room, and as you finish, you hear this kind of hissing noise. Looking down, you realize that the cameo that you're holding onto is still attached to like dry rotted lace, and you realize that lace is around the vertebrae of a skeleton. There is a skeleton curled into a fetal position right underneath of you. And the hissing noise, you realize, is coming from unfinished gas fixtures that line the room. And you can see that kind of swirling invisible fumes beginning to gather at the floor and rise up, and you start to feel this kind of burning in your throat.
Okay. Plan B. And I begin to look around the room where the cameo was. If there is like a tablecloth or something, I'd actually like to pull that off. If that's available to me, I'd like to pull that off, and I'm going to use that and fold it as many times as I can to create like a makeshift bandana to put over my face.
Absolutely. It's
because I don't think I carry a gas mask on me.
Probably not.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of get this thing twirled up and put it around your face. It's kind of dry rotted, and it's dusty and musty as all get out. But
The mildew is real.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the mildew has dried out and gone bad at this point. So, but you manage to get this makeshift mask kind of tied onto your face, enough to kind of ward off what you know is likely a deadly gas. This is one of Holmes's preferred methods of killing someone. However, you manage to, as you're kind of walking around the room, grabbing these things to make this mask, roll me in. I think knowledge would work here too.
Okay.
It's either instinct or knowledge. There's an argument for either.
Okay.
Two dice with what we've established. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Both sixes, so we're good.
So you're kind of walking around in this room, and you realize that this room is lined, at least beneath the floor, with lead. Something about the stiffness of this floor. It's not creaking the way that other rooms were, but there's
there's no give.
Right, exactly. And the way that it resounds, your brainy nature, just somewhere, that this is the resonance of lead. And you remember having read that about, Holmes. But there's this one spot near the corner of the room that gives more. And it doesn't have the same kind of resonance when you kind of put your weight on it.
He just kind of like tiptoes around the room, like kind of like a dancer trying to feel his way out in the ball, like in a ballroom, and just like eventually he hits something. Kind of like I imagine, like when you trigger a trap in a ruin, like he probably puts his foot there and he goes, that's not normal. What's this here? And he'll bend down and he'll go look at whatever the depression is.
You kind of pull back like the dry rotted rug that kind of had laid over these floorboards at one point. It kind of comes off in your hand, the tassels or whatnot, as you flip it back, and you realize that it looks like there might be like a really small, nearly invisible seam that kind of makes a square in the floorboards here in the corner. And as you kind of start poking around, you think that there might be some kind of activation method nearby. You see like a little bit of wire, kind of run between the floorboards.
Okay. Okay, so then I'm gonna follow that wire. I'm gonna kind of like you would do if you were like trying to track the line for like a C4 charge, right? Like it's so thin and like the microfiber wire. He'd be like, oh god, oh no, maybe this is bad. Maybe this is bad. Nope. He'll just follow it until he gets to the end, despite what it might be. He'll follow it until he can find something to either open the door or not.
Okay. Let's roll. I think. Let's do instinct on this one.
I got to roll under my instinct?
Yeah, and under your knowledge score.
Under my knowledge score or under my
so knowledge and instinct are on a slider with one another.
Right. So if my knowledge is a 3, right?
Then you have to get below a 3.
I have to get below a 3?
For rolling for instinct. Mm-hmm.
Oh, no. Okay, I didn't understand that. No. Okay.
So this is going to be, brainy. This is definitely kind of more science. So I think 2 dice.
Okay, here we go. Both of them are not that, so they both fail.
Okay. You do successfully track the wire. You follow it over to, it looks like a little section of kind of the baseboard along the wall that looks like it's kind of an unnecessary cut. It was only 6 inches wide or something. It seems silly that somebody would have cut this piece right here in the middle. And when you push on it, it has a little bit of a give to it, a little bit of a wiggle. So you kind of press harder, and then there's this firm like click, and then the floor in the corner falls away. Unfortunately, you were leaning on your elbows on it in order to press this floorboard with enough force, and it gives away underneath you, and the top half of you just tumbles, and you fall down a metal chute.
It's just like he'll go full dive in and then like try to negotiate himself as he's going down. How far does he keep going?
As we see Orville disappear into this darkened chute, who's next?
I rolled a 9.
All right. I almost called you Dane.
Yeah, I probably would have responded.
Yeah. I wouldn't have thought anything of it. So Squig he was the third to last, I think, to get separated. Oh, no, he was next to last. He's the one that Orville actually separated from Orville. So I think Squig is probably on the second floor. So you're walking around and you pass by a session in the hallway. And as you do, you feel this kind of shift in the air. It's pretty cold here throughout this house, but you feel like a warm draft as you pass through this particular section of hallway. Almost like you passed like a heating vent, almost. Not quite that strong, but almost that same feeling.
So Squid will stop. I think sort of like Orville, he also has his wand already out. And he starts looking around and sort of absentmindedly like tapping it into his hand as he's trying to figure out where this vent is, or it's an old house. Maybe there's like a solarium or an indoor garden or something. Like that part doesn't seem so strange to him. So, but he's just trying to figure out where it's at.
Okay. So perhaps instinct, maybe control. Because you're talking about taking your time.
Sure. Control works.
Okay. So let's see. What you got? You are enthusiastic tech head. Yeah, you spun that as being potentially technology that's based in the house, and maybe that's what it is. So I think definitely a second die would qualify as well.
Okay. So it's gonna be 2 successes.
Okay. So you kind of back up where you can feel that wave of heat again. It's subtle. It's actually more subtle than you first realized. You kind of have to move back and forth a little bit to kind of find exactly where it feels like it's coming from, where it's originating from. And as you do so, the floorboards beneath your feet are creaking as you're kind of shifting your weight. But you realize that there's a section of the wall here where it's very hard to see, but the baseboard is a 1/16 of an inch, an 1/8 of an inch short in this one section here. It's about 3 feet wide or so. And the patterning in the wallpaper is such that you think it's possible there could be a seam running vertically.
So seeing that, and again, maybe thinking back to one of Orville's books, or maybe just television, I'm looking for like a wall sconce or a statue, or something that would activate a hidden door type of situation.
Okay. Yeah, so give me another roll. Let's go with What were you saying you were hearkening back to?
Uh, books and
Sherlock
old
Holmes.
movies.
Okay,
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah.
Yeah. So I think that would fall under knowledge in this case.
All right.
And then yeah, I think 2 dice again.
All right. So one success. One success and one dead on the number.
Okay, so you earn another Fong point. One success is you reach up and you do realize that the next nearest gas light isn't working. It's out. And you walk up and twist it, and as you do so, you hear this small like noise, almost like pressurized gas moving from one place to another. You don't smell anything, you don't see anything, but as you do that, the wall section that you were kind of looking at, you hear make this audible like and it pops out probably 1/4 of an inch.
So like Squid like nods his head approvingly, and I'll go over and not wanting to lose any fingers, I slide like a wrench out of my pocket and I'll slide it into the gap there. I'll start trying to pry open this door or drawer, whatever it is.
As you do so, there's like this opening gap as you pry this panel away from this section of wall. Just as you do so, there is this blue ghost that leaps forward in an instant of a man whose face is swollen and dark. His eyes are bulging and he seems to be gasping for air as he leaps forward at you, extending his grasping, thrashing hands at you. He is strangling with that kind of gurgling noise, but it has that as you open the panel, this ghost comes out and through you. I need you to roll your health die twice, please.
And ones and twos are bad?
Yes.
All right. Well, I one success and I rolled a 1 on the second one.
Okay, so you start with a D10.
Yeah.
And then you rolled a D8 on the second one?
Was that? Yeah.
You rolled a D8 on the second?
I started with a D10. I rolled a 7, so I was fine.
Oh, okay,
so you rolled it. I got a 1, so now I'm gonna
okay.
D8.
Yep. Now you're at a D8. Excellent.
I imagine that Squig's reaction is so startled, and he's strong in his slight build. I think he pushes himself away from the wall so hard that he topples over the banister and just falls like those 14 feet just unceremoniously back down to the foyer area and just
So it's when this happens that you go through the old, rotten, dusty floorboards, and we just see this dust just flies up. Splinters of wood kind of appear around the hole, almost like broken, jagged teeth of some kind of fucking huge maw that just swallowed him whole. And there's like this moment that we see the dust kind of starting to settle, and then we cut to whoever's next.
I got a 3.
Okay. Let's see. All right. You, Vinny, find yourself having separated fairly early, still on the first floor, wandering around what looks like various different storefronts. One of them seems like a drugstore. The shelves are mostly empty, picked through. What is still there has been knocked over or emptied. Dust kind of clings to everything. There's cobwebs, very much similar to the rest of the place that you've been in. You can tell that this was once very well appointed, probably very well stocked. But you continue through these various different storefronts, and eventually you find what looks like a safe, kind of a massive, like the bank vault doors that you see from like westerns, these huge 10 foot by 10 foot doors. In one of the walls, it's right in front of you. It has, advertisements of who made it kind of painted in gold leaf on the front of the black metal.
Just appears to be shut and like latched.
No, it is open, just ever so slightly.
Do I hear anything?
Yes, actually. You hear the sound of someone crying.
Coming from what sounds like the direction of that door?
Yes, echoing as if coming out from inside of a metal space.
Vinny will move up very quietly and slowly, and try to see if he can get a better angle before actually going that direction. Like try to see it, maybe see into the room or around the door without actually going through it right away.
Yeah, it's open by a small enough amount that you'd either have to basically kind of get right up into the door jamb to be able to kind of look in, or you might have to open it a bit more.
If I can't see in, I'll get close and just kind of try to creak it open just a little bit. Very, 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 very slowly and carefully.
Sure. So let's roll me a control. Let's see. You are a wily occultist. You tell me, is this the first vault that Vinny has tried to get into?
That's a good question. It is actually.
Okay. So I think this is probably going to be a single die.
Okay. And you said control?
That's what makes most sense to me, but I'm up for other interpretations.
I have a 6 in control, and I rolled a 1.
Oh, excellent. So you creak this open as slowly as you can to avoid the iron kind of rusting and popping on its hinges as you pull this thing open. And as you do so, your finger kind of gets caught up in the wheel and you push it past kind of the extension of your joint. Go ahead and roll your health die for me once.
It's a 6.
Okay, excellent. So you managed to kind of pull your finger loose before it caused anything more than just kind of a flash of pain. And you managed to kind of like, bite down on your lip or whatever to keep yourself from yelping or making a noise. And there in the center of this small space, it's probably 5 feet by 5 feet at its biggest, is a woman curled up on the bottom of this bank vault. This room that seems to be a safe.
So, especially being a little gun shy after what happened in our first room, I'm at this point, I'm going to already pull that particle wand out and just have it kind of in hand ready. I'm at first not actually going to even pay much. Like, I'm going to kind of keep my eye on what's going on in the middle of the floor, but I'm looking around first to make sure there's no like symbols or sigils or anything that looks occultist. We have, I mean, as far as I know, we have no idea what's happened to cause this, what's going on right now. So I'm looking around before I fully go into this room to see if I see anything that gives a clue or anything like that.
Okay, so that sounds like probably knowledge. Knowledge of what occult symbols would look like. You are an occultist, so that definitely, I think, qualifies for an expert die. I don't think you're prepared. I don't think this is a situation you were necessarily prepared for. So I think 2 dice.
Knowledge is above. Oof, that's 2 failures.
Okay. So you're looking around and you don't see anything. Again, it's very dark in here. The steel or iron that this safe was made out of is nearly black as coal. And there are no lights in here. There's no windows or doors in here at all. This looks like a small room, but a room-sized safe. But you see no symbols or decoration outside of whatever was painted on the outside of the door. And that just looks like that kind of fancy scroll work that you see from kind of the Victorian era.
If I don't see anything that it makes, it flips that switch in my mind of occult something, then I'll kind of step a couple of steps into the room, and I don't know that I would necessarily talk to the ghost, but I mean, I have no idea what's going on. So just kind of hear Vinny clear his throat just to kind of see what happens.
Certainly. And this, woman who is kind of curled up on the floor, giving off that same faint bluish hue that the ghosts tend to. She kind of turns her face up towards you, and you can see incisions all over her face. It looks as though someone was practicing their scalpel work, perhaps. And she is crying, but where her tears are running, there's also blood that is running from between these cuts, and all of it is kind of dripping, but also dissipating the way that ectoplasm kind of tends to, almost like smoke. So it's almost like liquid that drops into other liquid. It hits and then kind of quickly disperses as it runs off of her face. And she looks up at you and she says,
"Why did he kill me? What did I do? What did I do?"
I just completely lost my voice. My whole my whole voice for this character just went out the window.
"You're good?"
He's gonna just kind of stare, like seeing this just stuff drip down her face and seeing these lacerations and these slashes. He's kind of taken aback. He kind of takes a step back, and he's gonna ask what, who she is, first of all, and see if he gets any kind of response from that.
She continues to kind of lament and wail in pain and confusion. She says, "You won't
You won't help me? Where are you going?"
I'm not going I'm I'm going back into my Irish
You're
voice
good.
for my character.
You're
I'm
good,
not
you're
going
good.
anywhere if you need help.
She kind of extends her hand towards you. She seems pretty frail, pretty weak.
I feel like Vinny would step closer at this point. Like he knows this stuff like this can be dangerous. He knows that obviously ghosts are not something to play with, especially with his past and the whole occult issues and thinking that the occult has something to do with his parents going missing and used for something like what may be going on here. But he also has that side of him that knows that this may just be a spirit that's trapped here because there's a connection to this place. So he'll step forward and reach out towards her hand, not quite taking it yet, but making that motion as if he's kind of extending that hand of help.
And you kind of reach out, kind of stepping forward as she kind of strains to reach you. You can see straining even just this much is a lot of exertion for her. And she's just wrought with fear and and pain. She reaches out and tries to grab a hold of your hand, and her hand kind of passes through yours. And she kind of reaches up again to try a second time, more desperate than the first. And then you can see her eyes kind of float to off over your shoulder. And fear anew kind of, abounds on her face as she kind of calls out,
No!
and behind you, the safe door slams shut, and you are thrown into pitch black. When that happens, all of you hear
I would instantly reach down where, whether it be a button on the chest or a button on the proton wand, whatever, and flip the switch that turns it on just to get some kind of lights or energy blinking somewhere, not to be in full pitch black darkness. I don't expect to get enough light to see from it, but just not to be stuck in complete blackness.
Absolutely. And looking around, you realize that you almost can't recall which side the door is. The way that this is built, this is fitting together so snugly, and there's no detail on any of this. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. You're basically in this small black box. So, by the dim light of your equipment, you begin to kind of frantically look around this place. You can roll me either speed or instinct, or if you have something else that you think might make sense.
Could I make an excuse for force? Just bang, like whether it be walls or the floor or whatever, just to start banging on stuff to either get someone's attention or find a way out?
Certainly. I would say so. So we can do force. Let's see, you're wily. All right. I think that certainly could qualify for 2 dice.
Okay, that is 1 success and 1 failure. Yep.
Okay. So you slam your shoulder into whichever panel it is that you happen to think might be the door. And there's a pretty resounding thud that kind of echoes through this room. Roll your health die for me.
Okay. All right, that should be good. It's a 4.
Okay, excellent. So the noise is loud inside of here, way louder than it should have been. And your shoulder is definitely going to be worse for wear whenever you're out of this place. But for the time being, you've made a successful loud thud against this. Lilith, you're on the same floor, and you hear this kind of hollow thud of metal.
Okay. She's gonna do her best to try to turn towards it to try to triangulate. Get an idea which direction it's coming from.
Okay. So we see Lilith kind of heading in that direction, kind of trying to figure out what's going on. We cut back to Vinny, kind of lit by the dim red light of something on your wand or on your proton pack. So you kind of slammed yourself into the wall of this safe once. Are you just going to kind of continue to do so until someone finds you, or is there another course of action that you're going to try in the interim?
Vinny would definitely try that for if he felt like he was making some type of noise enough to where he, kind of thought somebody might hear it on the first floor. He has no idea if anybody's still there. So
Right.
He wouldn't spend like a terribly long time doing it, but that would be his first instinct, is just to kind of go into, the mode of like, I got to bash a door down or I got to get someone's attention. If a good long period of time goes by and nothing happens, then he would try other tactics.
Okay. Yeah, so you're kind of doing a couple of these slams before you realize that it's not just pain that's kind of having a little bit of an effect on you. You realize that this exertion is starting to use up the oxygen in this space pretty quickly. And you start finding yourself feeling a little lightheaded. You realize this room is airtight.
As soon as I noticed that, I would cease all quick movements, anything that takes any kind of exertion or anything like that. And I still have to find a way out. So I would definitely take a more calm, kind of very slow movements, very searching kind of thing. Like get in one of the corners and start working my way along the floors, maybe just kind of feeling around to see if I feel any differences anywhere.
Okay. So it sounds like maybe subtlety or slow, deliberate movements, or possibly control.
I can try either one.
It's up to you. Which one?
Let's
floats
go
your boat
subtle.
better?
Let's go
Subtlety.
subtle.
Okay, so you're looking for over your number for that. Let's see. One die. You are wily occultist. We established that this was the first large vault like this that he's ever really interacted with. Man, I think this is one die.
You've got to be kidding me.
Uh-oh.
I got a 3 subtlety, and that's a 2.
Oh, no. Okay. You're looking around, kind of frantically trying to find where the seam of this door could be. Some kind of weakness. There has to be a way out. But you also have that, flashback moment of remembering what Orville told you about this H.H. Holmes person, the way he liked to kill people, some of the examples that he cited. And you realize that this is designed specifically for this purpose. And you continue to kind of phase in and out of consciousness as you're starting to you're starting to pass out. You're starting to run out of oxygen. Lilith, you heard a couple of bangs come from this direction, and you're kind of making your way through what looks like an abandoned apothecary, a drugstore, well appointed. But near the back somewhere, you spy the same thing, this large vault door, and you hear this kind of ting 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 kind of soft pinging noise for just a moment or so, and then it goes quiet.
She's gonna kind of put her head to her ear to the metal, and kind of say hello, as loud as she can to try to get through the metal, and say, "Who's in there?"
You don't hear any response.
She's gonna kind of curse under her breath and here goes nothing, and try to. Is there a combination lock on the front, or is it just like a vault? Just spin kind of.
It is a just kind of spin in place, almost like a
Like a bank
like a
door.
ship door, yeah, like a bank vault kind of situation. It looks like there was a lock that would hold it shut, but it's not the kind of like combination. But this thing is big and is very heavy and is rusted. So I'm gonna need a roll from you to see if you can't get this open.
Yeah, she's gonna kind of grab a hold of it and put like all her weight on it and just. Okay, what you need me to roll?
I think this is probably going to be force.
I
yeah.
am so sorry, Vinny.
We did establish that your character is very petite, so I don't think an expert is necessarily going to be applicable. God, I don't know. Do you feel like this is something? A vault is something that Lilith has interacted with before?
Quite possibly. She survived on the streets and by her wits for a while, so it's possible she might have stolen something from something before.
Okay. I think that certainly could qualify as, the purview of a reckless person. So I think 2 dice then.
D8s, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Which one am I going for? The force?
So you're looking for, grace versus force. So whatever that number is, you're looking for underneath it.
Okay, I rolled a 3, which is what my number is. And then I rolled a 7.
Okay. So make sure to record the Fong point that you rolled, but that is 0 successes. So you kind of grab a hold of this thing, as high on this kind of rotating wheel as you can, and like lift your feet off the ground, and kind of like hang for like moment on moment, and this thing just isn't budging.
Okay, so we haven't gotten into backstory. I don't know how much this applies for games like this, but she kind of has that ability to sometimes ghosts find her, sometimes she can kind of seek ghosts out because of her experience. So I don't know if she could possibly try to do that, to kind of reach out for sort of a ghostly help.
Okay. Yeah. Again, you have established that that's a part of your character's kind of backstory. So I certainly think that would qualify for 2 dice. And you're an occultist, so I definitely think that this is and calling ghosts can be pretty reckless. So I think, all around, I think you would qualify for 3 dice for this roll, and I think this is probably going to be charm. I think that probably fits best.
Okay. And to explain that comment, as I roll, my character's backstory, she actually died as a young child and came back. And since then has kind of been able to commune with ghosts and spirits. All right, so that's a charm. So that is an additional falling point because that my score's a 3 and I just rolled a 3.
Okay.
Oh, which I just rolled a 5. So I'm going to use one of those falling points.
You said your score's a 3 and you rolled a 5? Yeah. That's good.
No, okay. I thought I was trying to go under for that side.
No, not for charm.
Okay. And then the last one's a 2.
Okay, so 1 success. So you're going to succeed with a cost. All right, so you reach out, kind of say this, again, kind of speak the power into the world, as it were. And from inside the vault, you hear a small, tinny voice.
Hello? Save us, please.
How?
I don't know. But the vault, there must be a way to open it.
I'm trying. I can't turn it.
Excuse me. Lilith, you would probably realize, again, not being the first time you've interacted with ghosts, that it's not uncommon for some ghosts to not realize that they are ghosts and to not realize that they have the ability to do things that mortal beings can't.
Trying to think of how to phrase that question. Who's in there? Are you alive?
I think, I don't know. How can I tell?
Try to walk through the walls.
You see suddenly this bluish translucent hand push through the door of the vault.
There you go. That's it. Keep coming.
And then the form of a woman emerges from the bank vault door, not very far away from you. And as her face emerges, you see the same thing that Vinny saw. These surgical, you can't even call them scars, they're simply incisions that kind of run all over her face.
I'm so sorry for what that monster H.H. Holmes did to you, but he's getting ready to kill somebody else if you can't help me get this vault open.
She looks around, trying to figure out, what is going on, who you are, but you get her attention, and she looks concerned and nods.
What do I need to do?
Can you try to help me spin this hatch, whatever?
I can try.
And then she's gonna Lilith will grab a hold of it again, and kind of indicate, I guess, maybe where the ghost could put her hand to try to.
Okay. Go ahead and give me another roll. This is going to be force again.
Okay.
I think we established that it was 2 dice.
Yeah, it's not my strong one. Yeah, it's a 7. My score is a 3. I'm gonna re-roll that. I got 3 falling points, so I'm gonna burn 1 to re-roll that. Got another 7. All right, so never mind on that one. Second die is a 3. And
plus 1 more falling point. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, but it is 0 successes.
Okay.
You reach up and grab a hold of this and start to pull down, and the the spirit reaches out and tries to grab a hold and help as well, and she's not able to really get a firm grip on this door. But then suddenly she turns around and shrieks. And as you turn, you see a bright red body of energy that's so bright that you can barely make out any kind of form. And you could just feel this intense fire, this rage from this entity as it reaches up and knocks you aside. And you watch through kind of dazed, blurry vision as the entity passes through the front of the vault door. You see the wheel spin all on its own and open, and you see that red blob, that red man-sized entity dragging Vinny by the ankle, who is limp and unconscious, from the room and out of your sight before you manage to recover.
I'll give chase.
Roll me a d10, please.
That's a 10.
Okay. You are running to catch up. You take a couple of turns and you realize that these hallways all kind of look the same. That they're almost maze-like. There's actually portions of this hallway that will lead up to where like a door should be, and then just dead ends. Like there's no door. They're labyrinthine, and you've managed to kind of get yourself turned around, and not certain which direction that this thing might have taken Vinny. But you kind of reach up and realize that bump on your head is really kind of throbbing right now, especially after this entity swiped you aside. And as you're moving through one section of hallway, you step and the floorboard beneath your foot collapses, and you fall down to probably at least your knee, in kind of deep into this floor. And you feel this very cold pressure. Like it's cold in this house anyways, but this is almost like refrigeration cold. You're muted.
Thought I was unmuting myself. She's like, is it just one foot that's in there, or both feet fell through?
Just one. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But it's about up to the knee.
Yeah. She's gonna try to climb back out of there. And
Okay.
then I'm kind of assuming we've kind of got flashlights and stuff on us, or
Certainly. Mm-hmm.
So then once she's out, she's gonna kind of get on her knees and kind of shine the flashlight down into the hole, see what she can see.
Okay. Doing so, you can see that it looks like this is another room, but it's built right up against the floor here, and it's only maybe 5 feet tall at the most.
Well, that's a tight space even for her. She's gonna send the drone in.
All right, you kind of pull back some more of these rotten floorboards or bust them out with your heel or something, and make the hole large enough to kind of get your drone, your ecto drone, lowered down into this space. This space is a small. It's not even really a room. It's almost like 5 foot by 5 foot by 5 foot. It's this small little cube, but it's built underneath the floor. The floor that you're standing on is kind of a false floor, and it looks like this was used to maybe drop people into. There's a couple of bones in here that are kind of swept to the corners.
Do I see Vinny in there?
You do not.
Okay. Does anything ecto come back on the drone?
It does, as a matter of fact. As you're kind of turning on that mode, you kind of switch the field of vision over, and everything kind of turns that green night vision kind of color. You're looking around, and you see a specter kind of intertwined on the floor with some rags and things that are left in the bottom. And it seems to kind of be hovering just somewhat off of the floor in this small room.
So, but what color is it?
Blue.
Okay. Would she know kind of what that? I mean, obviously the red was fairly obvious, but I'm assuming red or green would be kind of more friendly or neutral.
I mean, it's not a hard, fast rule.
Okay. She's kind of gonna. She'll say, "I need help. If you can help me. I know something terrible was done to you by a terrible person, but we can defeat him, and then you can probably move on if we can do that."
This female ghost kind of squirms a little, moving very slowly, sluggishly, and barely manages to turn her head up towards you, and you can see that the discoloration, the darkness in her face and the bulging eyes, and she barely manages to raise a hand in your direction. And as she does so, you realize that every single one of her fingernails is broken, shattered. The ends of her fingers are worn down to bare bone, and there's blood just like dripping off of her, doing that same thing, that kind of drip to dissipating that the ectoplasm does.
Do I notice any scratches on the walls in here?
On the underside of the floor that you're standing on, yes. There are deep gouges made in the wood, but it apparently just wasn't enough.
Yeah. So the assumption is she was buried down there alive.
Yeah, and kind of as she turns her face up towards you, you just hear the faintest
You don't need air anymore, but you can either move on to where you're supposed to go, move on to the light, or you can help me. Help us try to get the man that did this to you.
Okay. I think this is going to be another charm roll. Again, we established that your character likes to chill with ghosts, so I think that definitely qualifies for a second die. So yeah, let's do 2 dice against your charm. What is your charm versus intimidate again?
Charm is a 3.
Okay, so you're looking for over a 3.
So 1
You got one more shot?
and an 8.
Okay. So it's 1 success, but with a cost or a complication. Okay. You can see that even though you've explained this to her, she's not really understanding 100%. She's very weak. It seems like the fatigue is something that maybe she can't shake off, or doesn't understand how. But she does register that you're talking about getting revenge, at least. And you see her kind of turn her head a little and point one of these kind of broken, fingers in a direction. Even just kind of through the wall almost. She's just pointing kind of back to your left.
Okay. He's that way?
There's a nod in affirmation.
Okay. She's kind of going to say, you don't have to stay here. You can go be at peace. And then she'll turn and head off the direction that she indicated. Trying to find Vinny.
You eventually find yourself in what looks like it must have been Holmes's private bathroom. It's attached to the apartments that he lived in, or that you have been told that he must have used as his personal living quarters. And you find your way into this small bathroom, and you realize that there's a few droplets of blood, long since dried. Like, this stuff is brown, and you see this drip from the bathtub in the corner, and it leads right to the middle of the floor almost, and then you don't see it anymore.
Drip from the bathtub?
That's the way it looks, kind of based on the way the spatter is and all that kind of stuff that forensics deals with.
Okay. She'll kind of investigate that a little closer, I guess.
Okay. Roll me an instinct. This might just be a single die.
Okay. I have 6 for that. And I just rolled a 5.
Excellent. Okay. You realize with a little bit of kind of digging that there's a very cleverly hidden trapdoor, kind of worked into the grout line of the tile work and stuff in this room. Even though it's kind of shattered and old and dusty, the dust kind of seems to have hidden this fairly well. But you do manage to find it, and it takes a little bit of work, but you think you can get some leverage underneath it with something on your person, a knife or a crowbar or what have you, enough to kind of get a little bit of leverage.
Okay. Yeah. And she'll try to, even if she has to kind of stand on the item a little bit to kind of give it some extra strength to try to pop it up.
Okay. Roll me your health die.
That's at a D6 now.
Okay.
It's a 4.
Okay, excellent. So you kind of slam your foot down on this pry bar a couple of times, and you manage to get this open enough that you can reach down and grab a hold of this and pull it up. It takes a little bit of weight, or it takes a little bit of force to kind of force this open. But you manage to do so, and you realize that there's a wooden staircase underneath the floor in here, and it's narrow, so only one person could really navigate these. But they very tightly spiral around itself in a kind of a square pattern, and there's landings occasionally, each of the corners, and it goes down quite a ways.
She's gonna send the drone down ahead. and kind of see what she can see.
So you send this down, kind of just basically dropping it straight through the center of this kind of staircase. The stairs are not as weathered as a lot of the rest of this house. They're kind of dead in the center of this building. And this place looks to be fairly well lined. It looks like, just from the kind of scans that it's taking, it looks like it's lined with asbestos. Like it's soundproofed. And this goes down quite a ways. Your guess is you're beneath street level by the time that you kind of see any other detail. And this looks to be a basement. And there's all kinds of things in here. It's almost overwhelming whenever it first kind of spreads open from the staircase. There's all kinds of furniture and shelves and tables and everything in here. But what you do see are the bodies of Vinny, Orville, and was there somebody else that has already gone? And Squig. Okay. You see Squig and Vinny and Orville unconscious and laid out next to one another on the ground.
Okay, she's going to turn the ecto mode on.
You are almost blinded. There are dozens of specters down here.
Are any of them the red one that I saw?
You don't see the red one currently.
Okay. Then yeah, she's gonna go down the stairs and start trying to wake Vinny and Squig and Orville up.
As Lilith descends down the tight spiral wooden staircase, we cut to the last remaining Ghostbuster who is still wandering this place on their own. Edwin, can I get a D10 roll, please?
4.
4. Okay. Edwin, you're wandering around, probably not as slow paced as everyone else, I don't imagine. You probably have barged through more doors than anyone else. You may even be keeping count, who knows. And at one point you kind of bust in through a door and you're in a room that has 5 other doors off of it. You haven't come across a room like this before. This is kind of strange. And the room is kind of a strange shape. As opposed to it being like a square room that simply has that many doors in it, it's almost not quite circular, but it's not really like a hard geometric shape. It's very at odds, but it has 6 sides, and every single side has a door on it. One of them you've just walked in through.
I will take the second door from the left.
Okay. You move over to one of these doors, and these doors are strange. They're metal, for one. But they're very tightly fit into these jambs, and they're not very large. I would say they're 4.5, 4 feet tall by about 2 feet wide. And they have these like large, almost like exterior gate latches on them that seems to throw like almost like a deadbolt like into the door jamb. So these are very kind of stout, sturdy looking doors. So go ahead and roll me a force roll. And you are the athletic daredevil, so I certainly think that qualifies for 2 dice. Yeah, I think even a third would make sense in this situation.
Good, because I'm not very forceful. I put the wrong number in there.
Oh,
That's okay. So 3d8.
yep.
A 6, a 6, and a 7.
What is your score?
2.
Oh, so that's
I'm
actually really
I'm
good.
graceful. Oh, you said it was force.
Oh, no, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm graceful.
Yeah, you're rolling for force. So yeah. So you're 2, and that's 3. Whew.
Can I re-roll one of them?
Certainly, yeah. If you want to, spend a fong point.
Not that we're gonna make much of it.
Hey, you never know.
Okay.
You never know. Maybe
I gain a fong point.
Okay. So it's at least not a complete loss. You get something out of it. Let's see. So you're kind of pulling on this door, and you grab a hold of it, and you start to pull, and it takes you like a full 2 or 3 seconds before you realize that the metal that you've just grabbed a hold of is incredibly hot. So roll me your health die twice, please.
All right, 3 and 6. Okay. Good.
Okay, so you realize that this stuff is starting to heat, or is hot, and it's starting to get through, the layers of your hand. And just before it's going to cause some kind of lasting damage, you manage to yank your hands free, and you smell that kind of smell of cooked flesh. And you see like a blister already starting to form on your hands where you grabbed a hold of this door frame. But this thing, you realize, is like oven hot.
Is there anything else in the room?
Just other doors.
All right. I will check. I will go to the third door. So the one right across from the door I came in from. I check that. Is it hot?
No.
I will attempt to open that one.
All right. Let's get another roll. Same as before. 3 force die. Or 3 die against your force. That's a different game.
I got a 1 in there. So
Okay.
1 success.
All right. So you reach up and you manage to kind of slide this bracket back, and you hear that kind of confirming like as it hits open, and the door's kind of loose in your hand. You're able to open it, and you realize that this is like a small oven like room. This is like a furnace, but big enough for a body. There's charred on the inside. You can see that there have been many fires here before. You can see where there are small gas, basically like heads that are situated along the small length of this room.
So the entire room is like a little furnace oven.
Yes, it's basically like a small black closet.
I figure the rest of the doors must be the same. So I check the next one. Is it hot? Number 4.
Yes.
Judging from how hot I'm gauging it to be, if I used my shoe to try to open it, will it, or is it would it melt? Is it that hot?
If you had to like push against it for like a prolonged period of time, maybe. But if you deliver like just a kind of hard, quick kick that's hard enough to undo it, it might be brief enough that it won't. So basically, it's going to depend on what you roll.
Actually, I don't think opening up a hot one that's on is a smart idea. Is there any controls near the door frame? Like a button or a switch, a lever?
I guess there would be. Yeah. Makes sense.
Then I attempt to turn it off.
Certainly. Let's get a knowledge. Maybe. Damn. I could see instinct as well. Maybe.
I'm instinctively. Yeah, I guess I really not that.
Yeah. I think that could work. It's less of actually understanding of how the technology might work and literally just trying the position it's not in. So I think instinct could work. And
okay.
Let's roll, I think, just a single die.
Fong point.
Okay.
Maybe I couldn't tell which button was pushed. I don't, or maybe the one button is broken. I don't know.
So with the Fong point, you didn't get it either?
Well, no, I got a Fong point out of it.
Oh, I see. Now I understand.
I got the 7 right on. You know what? Gotcha. I'll spend the Fong point. 3. All right, there we go.
Okay. So you're fiddling around with this thing and you realize it's just not as simple as on or off kind of thing. But you take a moment to kind of stop and realize that, everything's not quite out of control, that you got it under control, the situation's fine, and you realize, okay, it can also operate in these other positions, and you throw a switch and you hear this kind of release in the wall. Again, that kind of pressure of gas moving from one place to another, this kind of...
And I'll run to number 1 as well. Well, since I'm number 1, and I'll try to turn that one off as well. And then I'm going to check the last one, I believe, or the last 1 or 2, and check those to make sure that they're not on.
You run over to the switch for the next one and kind of throw that the same way that you just threw the first. You turn around, you realize that you've thrown a couple of these switches, but now you see all 6 doors are closed, and they all look identical to one another, including the one that you must have come through. You don't remember which door it was that you came through.
That's fine. I just want to make sure that they're all turned off, and then open up. If I know one was on and I turned it off, I want to go through one of those first.
Okay. You make your way around the room, kind of switching them all to off just to make certain. And then you turn to one of the ones that you knew was off from the get-go, and you kind of force that thing open, and you fling open the door, and you all of a sudden realize that looking here, it looks like you're looking into the little hub room that you just stepped out of. You look around, you realize you're inside one of those small black closets. And you see a red entity in front of you. It reaches out and closes that iron door behind you.
I attempt to roll speed to get out before the door's closed.
No. In this situation, you hear that sound of gas start, and then you hear a small and fire flares up all around you. This blue ectoplasmic fire. As we see Edwin trapped inside of this burning room. We go back to where Lilith has just gone down the staircase. Lilith, you see Vinny and Orville and Squig laid out on the floor. You see with your ectodrone these specters that are kind of scattered all over this room. This room is horrifying. In one corner, you see what you recognize somehow as vats of acid. You also see a pit that has been dug in one corner of this basement that is full of a white powder that you quickly are able to assess as quicklime. You see a large furnace against one wall, surgical tables, an assortment of bloodied medical tools lie all around the space. On one of these tables, a gleaming skeleton lies in plain view. Suddenly, the furnace ignites. And you hear from the furnace the scream of someone that sounds like Edwin.
So the furnace is in this room?
There is a furnace in this room.
Okay.
And it just ignited.
Is there any way to turn it off? Blow the pilot light out?
Certainly. All right, let's see. I think this is probably going to be instinct. I think this is probably only a singular die. What are you?
Okay.
You're reckless? I don't think this is necessarily that. So I think just a single die.
Okay. And I want to roll low.
Beneath instinct? Yes.
Yeah, I just rolled a 1. My score is a 6.
Perfect. Okay. So yeah, you kind of move over and very quickly you kind of search around. You realize that this is like a lot of the rest of the amenities in this house is gas powered. So you kind of find a place where there's a simple like lever, and you just pull the lever, and very quickly the gas kind of sputters and the flame goes out. And you see Edwin lying kind of, supine inside this furnace.
Gonna try to open the door and drag him out. Did anybody else manage to wake up whenever I've tried to get them to wake up?
Yeah, you had just gotten to the bottom of the stairs
Okay.
whenever this happened. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna try to drag him out, wake him back up if I can.
Yeah, Edwin is awake. Yeah, you're
Okay.
awake. You just managed to, Lilith, you just managed to drag Edwin out. Vinny, Orville, and Squig are still nearby, unconscious. But you see a red glow that kind of takes over the space. Vinny, oh, no, sorry, not Vinny. Edwin and Lilith. And as you kind of turn to look and see, the red entity has returned, but this time in much more distinct appearance. And you see that it is, in fact, H.H. Holmes. He stands before you, fire burning around the outside of his aura. Swimming around these flickering flames form skulls occasionally, all of them twisted in sheer agony. He looks out from under the dark brim of his bowler hat.
You came to my castle. Welcome. I hope that you have enjoyed my hospitality. Now, the local university could use a few more skeletons.
He then produces a wicked-looking straight razor. And we need to roll initiative. Same thing, roll the d8. Anybody who rolls the same as or below what I roll goes before. Anybody who rolls higher than will go after. Okay, that's Edwin. Looking for 2 more. Squig, what'd you get? 3, okay. And who am I missing? Orville. What'd you get, bud?
What are we rolling?
D8. You're looking for your
D8?
initiative?
Yep.
Mhm.
Just a single D8.
Just a single D8.
I got an 8.
8. Okay. Edwin and Squig, the two of you will have the chance to go before Holmes has to act in whatever order that you choose.
I think as soon as Edwin gets pulled out, he's on his feet and he is not wasting any time now. He gets into what he thinks is a complementary position to where Lilith is. Right now, as far as he knows, she's the only one standing. He hasn't time to assess the rest of the room. And he flips on his proton pack and he fires.
All right. So, let's see. I think that's probably going to be, it sounds like speed. Trying to do this fast. Does that work for you?
Maybe.
Do you find a better argument for any of the other stats then, perhaps?
No. I think
Speed works?
yeah. Let's try speed. It's not bad.
Okay.
I couldn't decide between speed and control, so it's in the middle-ish towards speed.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah. Okay, so this is going to be 2 dice. Let's call it 3.
All right then. All right. Let's try a fun point.
Okay.
I got a 6, 7, and 8. No, wait, that is right, isn't it?
For speed, yeah, you want high.
I have to get high. Oh, I got 3 successes then.
Okay, excellent. So you lash out, and this proton beam kind of, does that again, that kind of noise as it lashes out and wraps this kind of orange red tendril around his energy, kind of matching his aura almost, but the blue electricity that kind of dances along it is kind of like moving up and down his spectral body.
Can I use 2 Fong points right now? Or do I have to wait for another action?
Let me see. For 2...
Just fire off a second.
Okay, so yeah, you'd have to cash in 3 Fong points to get a second stream from your particle thrower.
Oh, 3-1. Okay,
Mhm.
so I thought it was 2. Okay, no problem.
Yep. Okay, so you kind of lash out with this singular, at least for now, tendril as it kind of wraps around Holmes. Maybe it's even like kind of around the arm that's holding this straight razor extended out. And that's the critical benefit, is it's kind of like tied down by his side, and he's not able to fully control it. All right, Squig. You lay on the floor, unconscious. Your body is just screaming at you from where you had this very high fall through a floor. You can think that you might have a bruised rib or two, but you kind of blink your eyes for 3, 4, 6 times, and then realize that you're in a completely different place. You've been moved. And looking up, you see the red glow of this bowler-hatted ghost entity that is tangoing with Edwin.
So I think laying here and like you see like Squig blink, and then I think about that same time his miner's flashlight goes click 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 and finally comes back on. Would it be possible, since I got the crap kicked out of me, could I it's not in the rules, but can I swap initiatives with Lilith since she's standing? Can I elect to basically give her the better roll?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
All right, cool. So that's what I would do. Like it would be like flicker, 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 and then I would just slide my foot over ever so gently and just tap her on the ankle. To kind of like, let her know that she doesn't need to waste her time on me, at least, right? Like she can tend to that, and then that would be how we would swap our initiatives.
Okay. Then yeah, Lilith will kind of step forward to where I'm kind of putting myself in between Squig and Holmes, and fire up my proton pack and aim it at him.
All right. So you hear that again, that kind of kind of deep thrum as it turns on. Okay. So again, that'll be, let's see, 2 dice because Ghostbuster, and I think you'd qualify for a 3rd die here. We're in gaming.
Yeah, and if I wanted to try to turn in, I have 3 Fong points, so to add another stream.
Yeah, certainly.
Should I wait and see how the rolls go first before I say that, or?
I mean, it's up to you.
Well, I mean, it's kind of metagaming to do that, so I'll just gonna roll. Okay, what am I rolling against?
So let's see.
Trying to remember what we determined those were.
It's usually just kind of based on how you approach it in the given situation. It's not necessarily the same thing every time. So let's see. Are you doing this quickly? Are you kind of taking your time to aim and make sure there's enough distance between you and Edwin? Are you being flashy?
Yeah,
about
I mean,
it?
I don't want to hit Edwin or anything, so
certainly. I'm just looking more for a possible way to interpret what role would work best.
She's more being determined about it. She wants to get this guy, so he's hurt a lot of people, and she's seen gotten the emotions and stuff from the people that he's hurt and everything, so definitely wants to take him down. And she is a little more on the reckless side, so probably maybe a little less control.
I see. Okay. So then she's kind of going with her reckless nature and just want to get this guy down as fast as possible before he can do anything else. And I could see an argument for speed.
Okay. Oh, here it goes. Okay.
Crossing my fingers.
Yeah, so I want to go. My speed's a 4. I just rolled an 8.
So you're rolling for speed, so you want over.
Okay.
So it's 1 success.
6.
2.
So that's 2.
Mm-hmm.
And then a 1.
Okay, that's 2 successes, so you do it and you do it well. So you
Okay.
kind of very quickly, maybe even like do like a tuck and roll or something to put enough distance between you and Edwin this time, and you lash out with your proton thrower, and as you do so, that particle thrower beam lashes on to his other arm with that.
Yeah,
kind
and
of
I had burned the Fong points
Oh, that's right.
to add a stream.
That's right. And a second stream, as you kind of lash out, kind of separates from yours, almost like, the way a lightning bolt would kind of fork. But that fork kind of begins close to the end that's lashing out at Holmes. But then that fork kind of works its way backwards as you're kind of manipulating the positioning of the wand and kind of tuning a couple of dials. You manage to actually work the fork of that stream all the way back to the end of your particle thrower. And when you get it all the way back there, there's this kind of like redoubling of the output of your particle thrower. That kind of like a secondary, like it kind of bounces again, and the 2 streams become equally strong of one another and just as strong as a single beam. You know that the pack will likely not take this for very long, but for now at least, you've managed to tweak it so that it's more powerful. And the second lash kind of works its way down Holmes's body, away from the arm that you first entangled, down onto the leg of that side of his body.
Who did we determine had traps? Edwin,
And
Vinny,
Yeah.
and so yeah, she's gonna kind of say, "Hey, would one of you guys like to actually get a trap under this guy?" This ain't as easy as it looks.
Oh, okay.
Vinny-
Also,
Vinny makes
sorry.
no response.
Well,
Also, for Edwin, you locked him down with how many successes?
I have 3.
You had 3. Okay. Okay, and then Lilith, you just split your beam on. You had 2 successes. Is that right? But you have 2 beams. Okay, so rolling against his health real quick. Sorry, forgot to do that. Okay. With what has bound him so far, he is definitely weakening and is somewhat kind of held at bay by these bindings. It looks like he's a very powerful entity, and this is not enough to immobilize him yet, but you're getting there. That was the first 2 PCs. It is his turn. He is going to kind of lash out with his hands, both sides. They're somewhat held down by these tendrils, but he's able to like throw his fingers of one hand wide and barely hold on to the straight razor with 2 fingers and spread the rest of his fingers on that hand out. And as he does so, these medical implements begin to levitate off of these tables and racks that are all around this basement, as each of them glows with a slight kind of reddish aura. Each of you, please roll a single d8 against your speed.
Can I use a phone point?
Certainly.
So remind me again, Jeremy, if I have like a 4 in speed,
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to get
Then you want
over.
Over, yes.
Okay, so I got over. I got an 8. An 8 on a 4.
Okay, so that's a success. Lilith, what is your speed score? Oh, well, I guess it won't matter. You rolled a 1, so. Oh no, Paul. The 2 of you. All right. Let's see. We've got 1 success, 1, 2, 3 fails, and Squig is a success. Okay. So those of you that failed, so Lilith, Vinny, and Edwin, you have to roll your health die 4 times.
I downgraded once.
Okay. Is that back down to a D6?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Lilith, how'd
Hey,
you
remind
fare?
me what makes me have to downgrade.
A 1 or a 2.
Oh shit.
Okay, so
My
you
first
made
roll was a 2. So
okay, and you were at a
a 6.
D6. Oh my god. Okay, so now you're at a D4 for your second roll. Lilith.
The
What'd you
1.
get? A 1. Okay. Lilith is down.
Can I spend one of my Fong points to let her re-roll if I take the hit?
Okay, sure. We already established that the two of you are right next to one another, and you were kind of
I think I
holding
just
your
kind of
action
like
anyways. So
I think I just sort of sit up and take like a scalpel to the chest in order for it to not hit her in the leg.
okay. So I think I'm still gonna have her roll this though.
Yeah, so I figured I'd just give her the Fong point to re-roll.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
I'm still rolling at the D4.
A D4. Yep.
Just don't roll 1 or 2.
It's a 4.
Okay. So Squig sits up and this medical implement like embeds itself deep into the strap that Squig's proton pack it came from behind. It's jammed into his proton pack, and there's like this kind of electricity noise that's kind of coming out. But it saved your bacon, Lilith.
She's just gonna kind of, what are you doing, man? Is she able to still hold on to the proton pack and everything?
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Certainly.
Okay.
Yeah, you're still in the fight and everything. Okay. Vinny, how did your rolls go?
I downgraded by 1, so I'm at a D8 now.
D8. Okay. So one of these medical implements, flings at Vinny and sticks kind of right into your shoulder, jolting you awake, but through sheer terror and pain.
Just I don't have to go yet, but just as like kind of the where Vinny would start his turn is you see his eyes pop open when this hits him, and like his mouth pops up and like he's gonna let out a scream. And as all this is, he kind of realizes all this is happening and just chokes that scream back as he still lays there, not moving, just ready.
Certainly. All right. So he has gone. So I think that leaves the other 3 PCs. Vinny, Squig, and Orville. In whichever order you gentlemen would like.
So I think sitting up, I've got this this scalpel embedded in my proton pack. It's arcing and it's sort of like sending these cascading like blue and violet lights across everybody. And I slide my shoulder out and I swing the proton pack around so it's sitting in front of me so I can kind of see what the damage to it is. And as I'm staring at this thing, fidgeting with it left-handed, I'm reaching over and I'm just like whapping Orville on his chest, in that like almost like you try and wake somebody up, sort of way. And then like you see my like the camera pans and you see my hand slide up to your chin and turn your head so you're looking at Holmes. And then turns it a little bit further so you can see that my proton pack's not 100% right this second. And I'm going to I'm not necessarily worried about fixing this right this second, but I'm going to delay my turn to the end of our 3 initiative as I'm like futzing with this thing, trying to not blow us up by turning it on.
Okay, sure. So Orville or Vinny?
Yeah. So I think that now that he has gotten my attention, I was under the impression that I was unconscious. So that's what kind of threw me for the loop.
Yeah. So like, you are wakening.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we're not, we weren't, I was under the impression that like we were all like in a row, like
yes,
laid out unconscious and couldn't do anything. So yeah, now that I'm aware, we're good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like you've come to and you realize that you have been moved, that you weren't where you were when you last had consciousness. And so, all of this is unfolding all around you.
All of these medical implements are flying around.
One of them narrowly missed you.
Yeah. And I see the 2 beams right now, right? We have 2 beams.
There are 3 currently attached to it.
3 beams currently going. Okay, what do I need to do a double beam?
3 Fong points.
3 Fong points. I do not have 3 Fong points yet. I only have 2. However, I will go ahead and try to. I think what I'll do is I'll scramble to my feet, and then I'm going to look at him and plant my feet very assertively, and then I'm going to, I don't know how you would want me to do this, Jeremy, but essentially what I'd like to do is draw attention, right? I'd like to draw the attention while also shooting my beam from my proton pack. So that the others can get themselves situated, like so that Vinny can get himself situated, and so that Squig can get himself situated.
Absolutely.
What would I need to do? I imagine that that's either going to, I would either say that is flare or charm.
I would agree.
So
either one of those would work fine with me. It's very much kind of a Venkman thing.
Yeah, it's a Peter Venkman sort of style.
Yeah.
Like it's the 100%. Ian Malcolm flair. It's the Ian
absolutely
Malcolm, like, and it is. I think what he would say is, in this moment, he looks at Holmes. Now listen here, you wicked son of a bitch. I don't like your tone. I don't like anything you've done. You're hurting my friends now, and I'm not going to deal with that. So why don't you come after me, pick on someone your own size, and leave them alone. And I will go ahead and I will blast my beam into his face.
Excellent.
I need to be over my charm, correct?
Yes.
Yes. Mm-hmm. So all of them are over my charm.
How many is that? 2? 3?
3.
3. Okay.
3. So I got 3 over my charm because I assumed that all of those would apply.
Yeah, I think that perfectly fits what you have described Orville to be. And again, Ghostbuster. So you kind of play your part, get his distraction. As you said, you've been doing this a long time. You know that you can prod these egotistical fanatics into doing kind of what you want with a little bit of psychology. So, You throw your taunt in his direction, and though he is bound by these 3 previous beams, he will kind of round towards you, lowering again these glowing eyes beneath the rim of his bowler hat, and he says,
Death would have come for you soon enough, old man. But now, the Reaper will have to wait. Because now you will be mine.
you have successfully gained his attention. And
He's calling you old man?
yes. And you have now established a 4th beam that has lashed onto him.
So yeah, as he like now draws his attention, so now I'm like holding that there, and I kind of like just very similarly to how Squig would nudge me. I kind of nudge him with a foot. Now's your time, kid. If you want to get up and help an old man out, I really would appreciate it.
So Squig looks to you. He looks over, and Vinny, you still have like your car in your chest, right? Yeah. So Squig's been fussing with this thing, and it's not working. Like you can see like this sort of like the fidgetiness to him, and so he does what you should never do, right? He just pops this thing open. You see him reach behind himself. He grabs jumper cables, jams them in there, and then takes the other 2 ends and attaches them to the back of your proton pack. I would like to spend my 3 Fong points to double Orville's beam.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. So,
Oh my god, that's awesome.
yeah, all of a sudden, you kind of latch on to Orville's proton pack, and Orville, you almost have a hard time holding onto this thing. It's like somebody just opened the floodgates on this hose, and almost instantaneously, where Lilith had to kind of work the dials and things to kind of split this beam kind of backwards. It's almost instantaneous. Just all of a sudden, the second stream just shoots to life out of the end of your particle wand, and latches onto Holmes. How many successes did you get again, Orville, on your roll? Was it all 3?
All 3.
Okay. All right. And then there's 2 beams, so... Okay. Again, this has latched onto Holmes. Holmes is fighting against this and is just howling, more in anger than in any kind of pain. And he is still fighting all of you who have latched onto him. Vinny, I think it's up to you.
So Vinny woke up once this scalpel embedded itself in his shoulder, but he, like I said, he choked back that scream, that yelp of pain, and just kept laying there. Maybe his fellow Ghostbusters know that he's doing this on purpose. Maybe they don't, but he just kind of very quietly and subtly reaches up, slides his hands up to his chest and stomach area, and starts unclipping these little squeeze clasps and undoing this car, and kind of like reaches over to his wrist to start moving it and using the controls, and just kind of drives it. Doesn't even move, doesn't set it up. It's got these like all-terrain tires on it, because we're used to having to do this stuff in dilapidated places sometimes, or having stuff flying around the room. So, it can't just be like a flat remote control car. And he drives it literally off of his stomach and chest, and is trying to quietly and carefully place it under this while all this other craziness is going on. Get it under this ghost so he can activate it.
Absolutely. So quietly. So that sounds like maybe either subtlety or control.
I'm going for subtlety if I can.
Okay. Let's see. Like you said, this is your thing. This is the tool that you brought specifically. I think this is 3 dice.
Oh, well, that's 1 success and 2 Fong points.
Okay. So you managed to get this to. Were you gonna spend a point? Is that what you were about to say?
I think so. I think I'm going to, just in case.
Okay.
That doesn't make it any better.
Okay. So you kind of, like you said, drive this down off of your chest. It kind of gets a little bit of a rough tumble kind of off of your legs, but smooths out, and you go real slow, creep this thing forward. Just about the time that you get it beneath Holmes, you see those eyes kind of turn and dart in its direction. Darts in your direction. Suddenly, you feel flames all over your body. You don't see them, but you feel them flicking and moving against your skin as it starts to burn. I need you to roll your health die for me, please.
All right, that's an 8.
Okay. So you kind of squint your eyes closed hard for just a moment, kind of trying to regain your composure, and you force this illusion, this mental trick out of your mind, and the flames die down and go away. You do, however, manage to get this trap forward, and it's positioned under Holmes. However, when you try to activate the remote to open the trap, right now, it doesn't seem to be responding.
I'll just I'll keep fiddling with the controls there then that I have, trying to figure out what's going on, figure out if I'm going to have to get over there and manually open it, or if I can do some kind of workaround to get this opened, the next time around.
Okay. So that's everyone. So now, if you would please roll me a d8 again. Same thing. You get my same number or lower, you go before. If you get after, then you go after. 2, a 3, those are good numbers. 8, okay, less good, but another 2. And number 1, okay. So everyone aside from Lilith actually gets to go before Holmes goes this time. And again, whatever order you choose.
Edwin would actually do something a little. He would try to get Holmes's attention and try to intimidate him. Straight up, get his attention. It's like, we are not victims. We are 5 professionals here to hunt you down. There is no way you are winning.
Okay. His attention currently on Orville with some manner of heated vigor. You're going to try to intimidate him to put his attentions on you instead. So this will definitely be an intimidation roll. Again, you're a athlete daredevil. I mean, you're kind of deciding to turn the cannon to point directly at you. So I definitely think that would qualify as a second die. As you said, you are professionals. So I think that in this situation, it's 3 dice.
And 2 successes and a Fong point, but I'm going to re-roll 1 because I just want to see if I can get the third one. And that's an actual failure. Are we allowed to roll a second Fong point or
no? Yeah, I'd say so. That's fine. You want to spin them? That's cool.
All right, 3 successes, no Fong points left.
Okay. So you manage to draw his ire now. Orville, his eyes shoot away from you and dart in the direction of Edwin instead. As Edwin speaks about being 5 professionals that have come to hunt him, he growls.
Perhaps you haven't heard, professional. I am known as the Devil of White City. I own hell.
Okay, who's next?
Vinny's gonna just try to figure out what he needs to do to get this trap opened. Whether he's got to go manually do it, or whether he can, like I said, get the workaround in whatever system he's trying to use to for his remote opening.
Okay, so this definitely sounds like either speed or knowledge, but I'm certainly open to other suggestions as well.
I can go knowledge. I think.
Sure. Again, this is your personal piece of gear that you brought, so I definitely think that you would qualify for 2 dice, and you are a wily occultist. I think this is 2 dice.
So I'd just like to jump in 1 second. When he says he is the White City Devil, I figure that I have a handle as well. And quickest one I can come up with. Oh, great. Hello, White City Devil. I'm the Raven of Lincoln Park.
Of course.
Because it's a place in Chicago.
Of course, Paul. Ravens. Beautifully done. Okay, so Vinny, your role, you said you were going with knowledge?
Yes. Can I use both of my Fong points to reroll both of those? Because that was 2 1s.
Yeah, if you want to spend them, absolutely.
Okay, that's 1 success, 1 failure.
Okay, so a success with a cost. Okay, so you realize what the problem is. You realize that you're going to have to get close to him in order to open this manually. So, are you creeping forward to do so?
I think he would. I think he would, especially seeing Edwin grab his attention, pull it away from Vinny again, would be when he would. If Edwin hadn't pulled that attention away, he would have just run over there and just did it. But with Edwin pulling that attention away from Vinny, seeing his eyes leave Vinny, he's gonna try to get over there, slip over there and get it done.
Okay. All right. You get over to this. Roll me a subtlety roll. See how sneaky you're going to be. You're wily. I definitely think that you would have a second die.
All right, let's try 2 different die this time.
Oof, okay.
Okay, that is... It's got to be over, so that's 1 success and 1 failure.
Okay. So you get close, very close, and you manage to do so without him noticing you. And you manage to flip the switch on this trap. The doors fly open again with that kind of flick, and that arcing cone of light just out from underneath Holmes. He is somewhat kind of like levitated a bit off the ground and begins to slowly somewhat stretch, but not anywhere near as fast as he should be. He's definitely not at the point of being taken out yet. Okay. He's in the cone. You currently have 5, I believe, strands that are latched onto him. All of you, without a doubt, know that Holmes is at least a class 6 because he is not yet succumbing to the beams that are on him. It's going to take at least one more. The ranking system only goes to class 7. So you know it's at least one more. Well, yeah, that you all know of, at least.
Oh.
So
Squeak turned on someone else's proton pack.
So running the risk of shooting myself in the foot here, I rolled that success at a cost. So do I need to do anything, especially being right up here on this trap, manually activating it?
Good call.
Because I feel like there's no way for me to kind of look away from this as it clicks open.
That's a good way to interpret the danger. Okay. Roll your health die, and we'll see if you manage to avoid looking inside of it.
Okay, I'm good. That's a 7. Whew.
Okay, good. So you barely managed to kind of like turn your eyes as this thing kind of blares out this brilliant, almost radiant light. Okay, yeah. It's a good thing you're not a Nazi. Your face would have been toast.
Right.
Yeah, good sick reference, Chad.
So there are currently 5 beams on him, right?
Yes.
2 doubled and a single. My proton pack is currently boosting Orville's proton pack. Lilith and Edmund both have theirs. They're doing their thing. And Vinny has moved up and is sort of like right near him. I don't have a way to get another beam on him, but for the first time, you hear this sound come from the hood that is Squig's face, and he whistles. He whistles and he kind of goes, and you know how they have those like delivery chutes for dropping stuff into your basement, like back in the old timey stuff? You hear a clop, 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 clop outside because the vehicle was my personal device. And
please continue.
The trap that we used earlier to catch the maid, you hear like this, and you see it slide down the delivery chute. And I don't know that 2 traps make anything easier to catch, but I'm hoping it slows him down long enough for Vinny to get away. So I'm going to slide it over there and stomp on it, realizing that the maid is going to come back out. But now Holmes will be stuck in the cone of 2 traps, hopefully buying us a little bit of time. That's the plan.
Interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
The maid did almost kill 2 of us.
This has not been covered. This hasn't been covered in the manual.
Let's see. I definitely think this is some I can't remember the term, but some definitely backyard engineering going on here.
It's homebrew engineering.
In the moment, kind of fixing things. So I think you're going to probably be instinct in this situation.
Okay.
Maybe speed. I could see an argument for either one.
They're both terrible. So
oh, that's wonderful. I love it when that happens.
I would prefer.
Do you have an argument for something else?
Well, I have an argument against speed because I'm super gimpy and I don't do anything with a quickness. But if that's what you want me to roll, I am down for rolling against my gimp nature.
Well, are you taking your time putting this together?
No, I'm not.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Cool.
And yeah, I think it's going to be speed or instinct.
All right.
Sophie's choice.
Well, instinct's a little bit better, so we'll go with that.
All right. So, this is your device, as you said. So that's 2 dice. I think. I don't think you're prepared. I don't think this is a usual thing that you're used to.
No.
So I think 2 dice.
All right. So here we go. Here we go. First roll. All right. So first roll success.
Okay.
Second roll, not so much.
Okay, that's one success with cost. So yeah, you get this trap out there, and the maid is released into the air and immediately spins and locates Squig and is going to fly at you with that skeletal face once again, the hair kind of floating behind her as if underwater. Is going to come at you and attempt to grab a hold of you. So it's going to be a roll of 2 on your health dice.
I am good on one of them, not good on the other. So I downgrade to a D6.
Okay. So this time, when she passes through you, you feel this kind of cold iciness kind of pass through your body, and your heart skips a beat.
Yeah. I imagine she flies at me, and if she does, like she just flies into the darkness that's his hood, and like her whole like form just and then comes out the back. You can see like the blue ectoplasm dripping down his back, and he just sort of like slides against the wall for a moment.
Absolutely. However, you did get this trap out there and open. And so now there are these 2 beams that are kind of crossing underneath Holmes and are almost pulling him in 2 different directions at once. However, he is still around. You got 1 success, Wig? Is that right? Yeah. Okay. All right.
Okay, dokie. Clearly there's some shenanigans going on, and I don't know what to do. But I will say this. So his view is now on Edwin, right?
Yes.
Okay. I would like to do 2 things, if possible. One, I would like to look around the room and see, with my brainy knowledge brain, if there's a way for me to amplify the photon beams so that we could essentially get 6 beams out of the 5 that we have in the room right now. I don't know that's possible, but if that is, yes, that's one that I'd like to look for. 2, I'd also like to play this little tennis match of back and forth as he's looking at Edwin, and then now I'd like to try to draw attention back to me, and this sort of back and forth tete-a-tete as we go back and forth. So if you'll allow it, that's what I'd like to do as my action. I guess
Okay.
I don't know how the action economy works essentially, but basically,
it's very fluid.
Action, I would like to try to draw the aggro again, but also take a moment to examine how I could potentially amplify my beam.
Absolutely. Okay, so I think this is going to be knowledge based.
Okay, cool.
You are brainy, so you specifically have described doing this through your calculations and observations
and
of the room.
I'd also say that based on my historical knowledge of the home, is there anything that in this basement might amplify the electrical photons of our beams, akin to say copper wiring or like copper piping or something like that?
All right, I got you. Okay, so yeah, I think 3 dice in this situation, and you're rolling against your knowledge. So you want over your number.
Okay, so I want over my number. Okay. 2 failures, but I did get 1 success, so we're good.
Okay.
Yeah.
So 1 success with a cost. Okay. How many people have beams on him currently? Lilith, Orville, and Edwin. Okay, and how much?
Yeah.
How many?
But there's 5 beams out.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So, let's see how to do this. Okay. Between the 3 of you, actually, let's just do this. Between all 5 of you, do you have 4 Fong points that you can scrap together?
I have 2.
Okay, Orville's got 2. Squig has 1. That's 3.
I have none.
0, 0, 0. Ooh, okay. That's 3 though.
Orville has some hit points he can spend.
Yeah, I mean, I've got. Can I spare getting hit in the face for a Fong point, please? Yeah.
So you have 3. So let's see. Okay. Here's what I'll do. I will allow you to give all of you your collective 3 Fong points to Edwin to create a second beam off of his rifle, since we've kind of established that that's already a possibility with what Squig is doing.
Cool. Yep.
Okay. But if you do so, the detriment is going to pass to Edwin.
Ooh. Oh. Okay.
I don't know if this has any bearing on anything, but I do have an unused proton pack as well that I haven't activated yet. So there's that.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
If I had thought of it on my turn instead of now, I was actually going to go over and grab his proton pack and fire 2 of them. That's very Daredevil-like, but I thought of it now instead of before.
So, what you think, Orville?
Yeah, I think I will.
Paul looks okay with this.
As long as Paul's okay with it, like I look across the way at Edwin and seeing his daredevil nature, I will begin to go into a bit of a historical rant, and I think what it'll be is, if you'll be okay with this, Jeremy, I actually have a quote that he would bring up.
Sure.
And he says, Holmes, I'm not sure if you're familiar with a poet, one of my favorite poets ever, George Bernard Shaw. He says, and like in this moment, as he's firing these 2 beams, he says, "This is the true joy in life, being used for a purpose recognized by yourself as a mighty one, being a force of nature instead of a feverish, selfish little clod of ailments and grievances, complaining that the world will not devote itself to making you happy. I am of the opinion that my life belongs to the whole community, and as long as I live, it is my privilege to do for it what I can. I want to be thoroughly used up when I die, for the harder I work, the more I live. I rejoice in the life for its own sake. Life is no brief candle to me. It is a sort of splendid torch, which I have got hold of for the moment and want to make it burn as brightly as possible before handing it on to future generations." And that will draw him to, I think that'll give him the opportunity to shoot the double beams, because it'll take his attention to me for just a second to be able to get that situation started.
Certainly, yeah. You kind of use the length of this poem that you have memorized by heart to pull Holmes's attention and draw it as he kind of levitates closer to you, and you take a few steps closer over to the wall, and then just whenever he's in the right place, you lean over and touch a specific part of your proton pack directly into one of the copper gas pipes that leads the gas from the main of the city main that's kind of tapped into here in the basement that Holmes must have been using for everything in this house. It runs kind of along up the wall over the ceiling to directly above Holmes's head. And as you do that, a second arc beams out of that copper pipe and straight into the top of Holmes's head, right through his bowler hat. The copper pipe itself very quickly begins to like slag and melt under the extreme heat and pressure of this plasma that is moving through it. But it is a sixth and final beam. And in the process of in these traps, in the cone of these, he is pulled into two as he is sucked into both traps simultaneously as he screams out, "No!" And the traps close. You see the two red lights. Beep, 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 beep. Within moments, the building around you begins to rumble, shake, and come apart at the seams. All of you, if you would please, narratively, just describe as the castle from the outside crumbles in on itself, falling apart into rubble and fading ectoplasmic smoke and fire, how we see the 5 Ghostbusters of Chicago chapter emerge from this building.
Vinny, kind of reminiscent of the beginning of, almost stumbling out of the car after they make their way back up from this crumbling building and walks out. It's the camera angle of, the end of the action movie where they're walking out of the burning building, and you see the smoke and you're like, oh no one's coming out, and then you see the shadow come across and it's Vinny walking out, but he's writing in this big leather bound book that he's been carrying, and he's doing the slow-mo walk. It's very, very end of an action movie. It's great. And then he stumbles over the door jamb and almost falls, almost drops his book down onto the ground, and kind of recovers himself and continues to walk back out.
Despite the fumble, Vinny, when you get to your feet, you realize that the crowd that has gathered around the police barricades outside on this street in what is very much modern day Chicago again, they all erupt in applause, cheering, seeing you emerging from this rubble.
I mean,
Next.
I think Orville is just astonished that they all lived. He kind of takes a moment to gather himself as he watches the historical building apparate or disapparate and like fade into nothing. Does it leave, or is it still is the building still there? I'm sorry.
So the building itself that you were just in definitely has started to deteriorate into ectoplasmic fire,
But
smoke,
it's just
what have you.
it's
But
deteriorating.
the post office that was there before is still in
So basically, the
rubble.
post office is covered in ectoplasmic.
Yes,
goop.
exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's like this. I think Orville walks out. Just like when you walk through a door and then like the bucket of water dumps on your head. It's just like he opens the door and like the ectoplasm just like all over. Wonderful. Just fabulous. That's excellent. Thank you. I think a lot of what he'll do is he'll look to Squig first, and then look to Lilith, and then to Edwin. And I think he'll look to Edwin first and say, I want to say I'm sorry for putting you in that sort of danger, buddy. I didn't mean to. I'm glad we survived. Everyone's safe. And then he'll just begin to look over to Squig. Hey, buddy. Are you okay? Everything good? Good thing you had that proton pack, or you would have taken a knife to the chest. Yeah. And then he'll begin to walk out, and I think he'd be the one that would start fielding reporter questions and stuff this time around. Like, nothing to see here, nothing to come on now. Everyone, let them get back to normal. It's fine.
Next. Lilith, Edwin, Squig. Edwin wants to go. Okay. Lilith, Squig.
All right. So walking out and trying to carefully step across these now growing puddles of ectoplasmic gook. There's a moment where the camera catches the puddle and you see the reflection of the street outside, and there's these horses standing in front of a carriage. And then when the camera angle is Squig's view, it pans up that the car is there, but still an ectoplasmic image, it's still horses. And then he walks over, he takes his pack off, he sticks it in the back, looks at the hole where the scalpel was, and goes and sees that Orville's over there talking to the reporters. That's pretty normal. So he goes and opens the front door and sits down. There's just sort of like, and he reaches back underneath himself and he pulls it out, and it's like the horse bell, right, that they would wear. And he kind of sets it up on the dash, and then just buckles himself in, turns on the engine, and waits.
All right, so Lilith walks out of the building, kind of dust and ectoplasmic goo and everything off. And whenever she walks out, it kind of looks like she's talking to herself. But I don't know if everybody else maybe would end up being able to see, at least the Ghostbusters, that there's actually kind of a gaggle of ghosts kind of around her. Maybe all of them from the building, maybe just a few of them, and it's her kind of telling them like, it's done, there's no reason for you to stay here anymore. Everything that you've been through is over and done with. It's time to let go and go on. And maybe there's a light that a light that's visible, and they disappear into it.
So I have this image that I didn't get the chance to share. So you say that, and the group of them walks away from you, kind of through the crowd of spectators that don't happen to really even see them. And just as they kind of near the edge of the crowd, they all turn around and look at you. and you can see that they have a look of gratitude and thanks to you before their light grows brighter and then disappears into the sky.
Everyone else went.
Mm-hmm.
So as Orville's trying to field the questions, deal with the reporters, I think you said like nothing to see here, like trying to disperse the crowd. I picture a lamppost right next to Orville, and Edwin sort of jumps up on it, getting people's attention. It's like, as promised, we bravely kicked some ghost butt, and the world is safe thanks to the Ghostbusters. And then he's cheering and everything. Then he leans down a bit to Orville, and Orville, thank you for calling me a friend.
Mm-hmm.
And as the reporters like swarm forwards with their microphones and cameras held aloft, the people of Englewood erupt in cheer. We see the camera kind of pan back and away and up as we see the gathering crowd in this building that has been collapsed to rubble as the L train runs, nearby, and then cut to black. Titles, Ghostbusters. Yeah, that's all I've got. I know it ran over. I do apologize for those of you who this is now late for. I'm going to pass things over to my players so that they can do any kind of outros or any parting words, saying goodbye. Once again, kind of telling where you might be able to find them on the internet, plugging anything that they'd want to plug, etc., etc., and then we'll call it an evening. We're going to start in reverse order with Paul.
Everyone, I'm Paul. I said before, the Raven Rolls. I'm not doing a lot of streaming right now, but you can check me out on a few different channels. The XP Guild on Twitch and Dimnyx, DIEMNYX, also on Twitch. I'm in a couple of his campaigns, another one with the XP Guild, and yeah, thanks for joining. This is a lot of fun, as it always is with Jeremy, and it was a great crew to kick ghost butt with. So thanks everyone for watching. Thanks everyone for playing, and can't wait to do this again.
Absolutely. Paul, thank you so very, very much. And as I said before, anybody who mentions a channel, check them out. Go follow the links in the description down below. Share some love around. Yeah, this has been great. Thank you so much, Paul, for coming and playing the game, man. All right, next up we have Steve.
Oh, as always, ton of fun. Glad to play with Paul and Chad again, and it was nice playing with you also, Nathan, and Jamie. Like, people I don't have to play with. But I have nothing to plug other than, I guess, come back Sunday so you can see how Jeremy's gonna, I don't know, make us regret our lives again in Banner. Nothing bad ever happens there.
Mm-mm. Variety is the spice of life, Steve. Truly.
That's right. Can't be bad all the time, otherwise we just get used to it.
You just grow numb. Yeah, man. Happy as always to have you on. Thank you for always keeping me on my toes, without a doubt. Especially in a system like this, this system can certainly handle it, and that's one of the things I really like about running it. Is some of the wacky shit that people come up with, and sometimes we just roll with it, and it works out beautifully. It's a lot of fun. So thank you. Next up, we have Chad.
Wow, this was a really, really fun game. I thoroughly enjoyed all of the spooky stuff and all of the absolutely great ghost busting kicking stuff. You guys are all absolutely wonderful. I enjoyed every single character. My name is Chad. You can find me numerous channels on AbTab. Right now, I don't really have a campaign or anything going on around, except over on Roll Call RP, where you can find me every other Saturday. We will probably be playing something this Saturday. It's tentative because it's holiday weekend, so I'm not sure if we will or not. But yeah, other than that, yes, I've had a blast. I would play this again in a heartbeat. Jeremy, it's always great to just do stuff, and I love you, buddy. Thank you.
Hard saying, man. Love you much, brother. Yeah, it's fantastic. Like I said, all of you are fantastic players, and it's great knowing that I can rely on players that I can pitch an idea to, throw the ball to, and you take it and run with it, and that you have fun doing so. That's always really awesome to watch. So thank you. Next we have Nathan.
Man, where do I start with something like this? Like, I like to always say thank you when I play in a game, especially when I get to play with players and a game master that's just fantastic. I've played with Paul before. I've watched Steve and Chad several games. I watched Jamie the other night on Help Action, and I've watched Jeremy play a bunch of games. I've watched some of his games run and played in one other game with him. It's this community that we're a part of is just fantastic. I held off joining it for a really long time because of experiences with other communities. And now that I've joined this and become more active and being able to play with people like you and play in games like this, it blows my mind. Just this stuff, especially the stuff you come up with, Jeremy, and then Chad's voices and Steve's just random stuff that he does that I'm like, who comes up with these things? And it's just, I don't even know what to say. It's fantastic. I thank you for letting me be in another game. I hope to play with all of you again soon. And I'm Nathan. You can find me Dimension 119. Maybe someday I can run some stuff like this. Eventually, I would love to try to put something together for this system.
Man, thank you. Absolutely, it's out there and free for anybody who wants to use it. I would love to hear about it if you run it. If you have room and I've got the time, I would love to play in it. Yeah, this is. I don't know what all to respond to that, but thank you a lot. That is very. Yeah, it warms the cockles of my heart. Like, seriously. And AbTab is fantastic, and MTD and the other communities that have kind of grown up and around AbTab is 100% what you said. Just a fantastic group of people who are creative and supportive and loving. It's something I've been very fortunate to have stumbled into. And to become a part of. I've had the joy of getting to play with people from all over the world that I never would have had the chance to meet before. So I can't encourage people to do it enough. And I'm glad that you took the chance on stepping out and making yourself known, Nathan, and posting interest. So it's been a pleasure to get to know you and to get to play with you. So thank you. All right, last but most certainly not least, the love of my life, the sparkle in my eye, my darling Jamie.
Yeah, another plug for AbTab. Like, it's out of the cesspool that Facebook very often is. AbTab is just a really awesome group of people, and it's like, I don't post in there a whole lot, but I'm in there and I see the stuff and I can just see the sense of community with everybody. And it's just so amazing, kind of the ripples and the network that kind of come out from there as to everybody, just the love and attention and just the support that everybody gets, that lets them kind of feel confident enough to go forth and run stuff. So I don't run games very often. I've run a few, not online, but I used to be really scared to do it, and it's not as scary as it used to be anymore. So for anybody who's watching that is kind of scared to run a game or something, go check out AbTab. Ask questions. There's a lot of great people on there you can learn a lot from, including lots of these people. And just be reckless, see, like my character, and try to do it. So if you want to watch me really lose my train of thought, watch the help action I did with Jeremy. There were several questions he asked that by the time he was finished asking it, I was like, what? But as you can tell, I don't get on screen very much. So, but anyways, it was a lot of fun. Ghostbusters is always really fun and really silly and works really well for this system because it just lets you kind of be free form and kind of creative. But yeah, it was awesome. And I will be quiet so everybody can go to bed
now. Yeah, I don't know what else to say other than I love you. You know that. And I love being able to do what I love with a person that I love. I mean, I love all of you, but it's not the same. Sorry, guys. Yeah, it's fantastic to have you play in a game, babe. I love it, and especially something that's.
I think Chad might be your D&D wife.
I mean,
Chad, she knows.
She acknowledges.
She knows.
It's. Look, it's. Here's the thing.
I'm cool with it. It's okay.
We've joked about it off air, but this is the first time she has openly admitted to it on air. So I'm okay with this.
You.
Okay,
done.
I'm okay with it.
It's been done.
Yep, it's been done now. I'll get the legal paperwork and send it to your house.
Our love affair is now public.
Can I be adopted?
Absolutely. As long as you wear lederhosen. I don't know why, but the idea giggles me. So anyways, I fucking lost my train of thought. Thanks, guys. Not that it was a strong,
You're welcome.
grasp in the beginning. Yeah, this is fantastic. Thank you all so much. Like I said, I've liked Ghostbusters for a really long time. The first movie scared the absolute shit out of me as a child, and it's definitely a trauma that I carried with me for a very long time, but I still loved the movies. The newest one is just superb in every way. It is 100% a spiritual successor to the original two. It's touching, is funny, is really bold and daring in a lot of ways, very exciting. I highly recommend it. If you feel safe going to the theater and seeing it, I encourage you to do so. If you're in the States, I hope that you have a very safe and happy Thanksgiving. If you are celebrating, whether you're just getting together with some friends and eating some turkey and stuffing, or whether you're doing the whole big shebang with family and kids and cranberry sauce and candles and all the 9 yards, I hope that it's enjoyable and relaxing for all of you. And yeah, running the game again on Sunday, Beneath the Banner Shadow, episode 30. And it's, yeah, it'll be exciting. So I think that's all I've got. So until next time, may your dice roll high and your snacks always be within reach.